Section 35 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 35. When it was the 739th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king, after taking the maiden, committed her to the tirewomen, bidding them amend her case, and set her in a bower, and ordered his chamberlains to shut all the doors upon her when they had lodged her in a chamber, whose latticed casements overlooked the main. Then Shahriman went in to her, but she spake not to him, neither took any note of him. Quoth he, "'Twould seem she hath been with folk who have not taught her manners." Then he looked at the damsel and saw her surpassing beauty, and loveliness, and symmetry, and perfect grace, with a face like the rondure of the moon at its full, or the sun shining in the sheeny sky. So he marvelled at her charms of favour and figure, and he praised Allah the Creator, magnified be His might. After which he walked up to her and sat him down by her side. Then he pressed her to his bosom and seating her on his thighs, sucked the dew of her lips, which he found sweeter than honey. Presently he called for trays spread with richest viands of all kinds, and ate and fed her by mouthfuls till she had enough. Yet she spoke not one word. The king began to talk to her and asked her of her name, but she abode still silent and uttered not a syllable, nor made him any answer, neither ceased to hang down her head groundwards. And it was the excess of her beauty and loveliness and the amorous grace that saved her from the royal wrath. Quoth he to himself, Glory be to God, the Creator of this girl! How charming she is, save that she speaketh not, but perfection belongeth only to Allah the Most High. And he asked the slave girls whether she had spoken, and they said, From the time of her coming until now she hath not uttered a word, nor have we heard her address us. Then he summoned some of his women and concubines, and bade them sing to her and make merry with her, so haply she might speak. Accordingly they played before her all manner instruments of music, and sports and what not, and sang, till the whole company was moved to mirth, except the damsel, who looked at them in silence, but neither laughed nor spoke. The king's breast was straitened. Thereupon he dismissed the women, and abode alone with that damsel. After which he doffed his clothes, and disrobing her with his own hand, looked upon her body and saw it as it were a silvern ingot. So he loved her with exceeding love, and falling upon her, took her maidenhead and found her a pure virgin, whereat he rejoiced with excessive joy and said to himself, By Allah, 'tis a wonder that a girl so fair of form and face should have been left by the merchants a clean maid as she is. Then he devoted himself altogether to her, heeding none other and forsaking all his concubines and favourites, and tarried with her a whole year as it were a single day. Still she spoke not till, one morning he said to her, and indeed the love of her and longing waxed upon him, O desire of souls, verily passion for thee is great with me, and I have forsaken for thy sake all my slave girls and concubines and women and favourites, and I have made thee my portion of the world and had patience with thee a whole year. And now I beseech Almighty Allah of His favour to soften thy heart to me, so thou mayst speak to me, or an thou be dumb, tell me by a sign, that I may give up hope of thy speech. I pray the Lord (extolled be He) to vouchsafe me by thee a son child, who shall inherit the kingdom after me, for I am old and lone and have none to be my heir. Wherefore Allah upon thee, an thou love me, return me a reply." The damsel bowed her head awhile and thought, and presently raising it, smiled in his face, whereat it seemed to him as if lightning filled the chamber. Then she said, O magnanimous liege lord and valorous lion, Allah hath answered thy prayer, for I am with child by thee, and the time of my delivery is near at hand, though I know not if the unborn babe be male or female. But had I not conceived by thee, I had not spoken to thee one word. When the King heard her speech, his face shone with joy and gladness, and he kissed her head and hands for excess of delight, saying, Alhamdolillah, laud to Lord, who hath vouchsafed me the things I desired, first thy speech, and secondly thy tidings that thou art with child by me. Then he rose up and went forth from her, and seating himself on the throne of his kingship in an ecstasy of happiness, bade his Wazir distribute to the poor and needy and widows and others 100,000 dinars by way of thank offering to Allah Most High and alms on his own account. The minister did as bidden by the King who, returning to the damsel, sat with her and embraced and pressed her to his breast, saying, O my lady, my queen, whose slave I am, prithee what was the cause of this thy silence? Thou hast been with me a whole year, night and day, waking and sleeping, yet hast not spoken to me till this day. She replied, Hearken, O King of the age, and know that I am a wretched exile, broken hearted and far parted from my mother and my family and my brother. When the King heard her words, he knew her desire and said, As for thy saying that thou art wretched, there is for such speech no ground, inasmuch as my kingdom and good and all I possess are at thy service, and I also am become thy bondman. But as for thy saying, I am parted from my mother and brother and family, tell me where they are, and I will send and fetch them to thee. Thereupon she answered, Know then, O auspicious King, that I am called Julnar the Sea-born, and that my father was of the kings of the main. He died and left us his reign, but while we were yet unsettled, behold, one of the other kings arose against us and took the realm from our hands. I have a brother called Salih, and my mother also is a woman of the sea. But I fell out with my brother, the pious, and swore that I would throw myself into the hands of a man of the folk of the land. So I came forth of the sea and sat down on the edge of an island in the moonshine, where a passer-by found me and carrying me to his house, besought me of love liesse, but I smote him on the head, so that he all but died. Whereupon he carried me forth and sold me to the merchant from whom thou hadst me, and this was a good man and a virtuous, pious, loyal and generous. Were it not that thy heart loved me, and thou promotedst me over all thy concubines, I had not remained with thee a single hour, but had cast myself from this window into the sea, and gone to my mother and family. But I was ashamed to fare them words, being with child by thee, for they would have deemed evilly of me, and would not have credited me, even although I swore to them, and I told them that a king had bought me with his gold, and made me his portion of the world, and preferred me over all his wives, and everything that his right hand possessed. This then is my story and the peace.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 740th Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Julnar the Sea-born, answering the question of King Shahriman, told him her past from first to last, the King thanked her and kissed her between the eyes, saying, By Allah, O my lady and light of mine eyes, I cannot bear to be parted from thee one hour, and given thou leave me, I shall die forthright. What then is to be done? Replied she, O my lord, the time of my delivery is at hand, and my family needs must be present, that they may tend me, for the women of the land know not the manner of childbearing of the women of the sea, nor do the daughters of the ocean know the manner of the daughters of the earth. And when my people come, I shall be reconciled to them, and they will be reconciled to me." Quoth the King, "How do the people of the sea walk therein without being wetted?" And quoth she, "O King of the age, we walk in the waters with our eyes open, as do ye on the ground, by the blessing of the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon Davidson, on whom be peace. But, O King, when my kith and kin come, I will tell them how thou boughtest me with thy gold, and hast entreated me with kindness and benevolence. It behoveth that thou confirm my words to them, and that they witness thine estate with their own eyes, and they learn that thou art a king, son of a king." He rejoined, "O my lady, do what seemeth good to thee, and what pleaseth thee, and I will consent to thee in all thou wouldst do." The damsel continued, "Yes, we walk in the sea, and see what is therein, and behold the sun, moon, stars, and sky, as it were on the surface of earth, and this irketh us not. Know also that there be many peoples in the main, and various forms and creatures of all kinds that are on the land, and that all that is on the land, compared with that which is in the main, is but a very small matter." And the King marvelled at her words. Then she pulled out from her bosom two bits of Cormoran line aloes, and kindling fire in a chafing dish, chose somewhat of them, and threw it in. Then she whistled a loud whistle, and spake words none understood. Thereupon arose a great smoke, and she said to the King who was looking on, "O my lord, arise and hide thyself in a closet, that I may show thee my brother and mother and family, whilst they see thee not, for I desire to bring them hither, and thou shalt presently espy a wondrous thing, and shalt marvel at the several creatures and strange shapes which Almighty Allah hath created." So he arose without stay or delay, and entering a closet, fell a watching what she should do. She continued her fumigations and conjurations till the sea foamed and frothed turbid, and there rose from it a handsome young man of a bright favour, as he were the moon at its full, with brow flower white, cheeks of ruddy light, and teeth like the marguerite. He was the likest of all creatures to his sister, and the tongue of the case spoke in his praise these two couplets: "The full moon groweth perfect once a month, but thy face each day we see perfected. And the full moon dwelleth in single sign, but to thee all hearts be a dwelling stead." After him there came forth of the sea an ancient dame with hair speckled grey, and five maidens, as they were moons, bearing a likeness to the damsel hight Julnar. The King looked upon them as they all walked upon the face of the water, till they drew near the window, and saw Julnar, whereupon they knew her and went in to her. She rose to them and met them with joy and gladness, and they embraced her and wept with sore weeping. Then said they to her, "O Julnar, how couldst thou leave us 4 years, and we unknowing of thine abiding place? By Allah, the world hath been straitened upon us for stress of severance from thee, and we have had no delight of food or drink, no, not for one day, but have wept with sore weeping night and day for the excess of our longing after thee." Then she fell to kissing the hands of the youth her brother, and her mother and cousins, and they sat with her awhile, questioning her of her case and of what had betided her, as well as of her present estate. "Know," replied she, "that when I left you, I issued from the sea and sat down on the shore of an island, where a man found me and sold me to a merchant, who brought me to the city and sold me for 10,000 dinars to the king of the country, who entreated me with honour and forsook all his concubines and women and favourites for my sake, and was distracted by me from all he had and all that was in his city." Quoth her brother, "Praised be Allah, who hath reunited us with thee! But now, O my sister, 'tis my purpose that thou arise and go with us to our country and people." When the King heard these words, his wits fled him, for fear lest the damsel accept her brother's words, and he himself avail not to stay her, albeit he loved her passionately, and he became distracted with fear of losing her. But Julnar answered, by Allah, O my brother, the mortal who bought me is lord of this city, and he is a mighty king and a wise man, good and generous with extreme generosity. Moreover, he is a personage of great worth and wealth, and hath neither son nor daughter. He hath entreated me with honour and done me all manner of favour and kindness. Nor from the day of his buying me to this time have I heard from him an ill word to hurt my heart. But he hath never ceased to use me courteously, doing nothing save with my counsel, and I am in the best of case with him, and in the perfection of fair fortune. Furthermore, were I to leave him, he would perish, for he cannot endure to be parted from me an hour, and if I left him, I also should die, for the excess of the love I bear him, by reason of his great goodness to me during the time of my sojourn with him. For were my father alive, my estate with him would not be like my estate with this great and glorious and puissant potentate. And verily, ye see me with child by him, and praise be to Allah, who hath made me a daughter of the kings of the sea, and my husband the mightiest of the kings of the land. And Allah, in very sooth, He hath compensated me for whatso I lost. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 741st Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Julnar the Sea-born told her brother all her tale, adding, Allah hath not cut me off, but hath compensated me for whatso I lost. Now this King hath no issue, male or female, so I pray the Almighty to vouchsafe me a son who shall inherit of this mighty sovereign that which the Lord hath bestowed upon him of lands and palaces and possessions. Now when her brother and the daughters of her uncle heard this her speech, their eyes were cooled thereby and they said, O Julnar, thou knowest thy value with us, and thou wottest the affection we bear thee, and thou art certified that thou art to us the dearest of all creatures, and thou art assured that we seek but ease for thee, without travail or trouble. Wherefore, an thou be in unease, arise and go with us to our land and our folk. But an thou be at thine ease here, in honour and happiness, this is our wish and our will, for we desire naught save thy welfare in any case. Quoth she, by Allah, I am here in the utmost ease and solace and honour and grace. When the King heard what she said, he joyed with the heart set at rest and thanked her silently for this. The love of her redoubled on him and entered his heart core, and he knew that she loved him as he loved her, and that she desired to abide with him, that she might see his child by her. Then Julnar bade her women lay the tables and set on all sorts of viands, which had been cooked in kitchen under her own eyes, and fruits and sweetmeats, whereof she ate, she and her kinsfolk. But presently they said to her, O Julnar, thy lord is a stranger to us, and we have entered his house, without his leave or weeting. Thou hast extolled to us his excellence, and eke thou hast set before us of his victual, whereof we have eaten. Yet have we not companied with him, nor seen him, neither hath he seen us, nor come to our presence and eaten with us, so there might be between us bread and salt. And they all left eating and were wroth with her, and fire issued from their mouths as from cressets, which when the King saw, his wits fled for excess of fear of them. But Julnar arose and soothed them, and going to the closet where was the King her lord, said to him, O my lord, hast thou seen and heard how I praised thee and extolled thee to my people, and hast thou noted what they said to me of their desire to carry me away with them? Quoth he, I both heard and saw. May the Almighty abundantly requite thee for me. By Allah, I knew not the full measure of thy fondness until this blessed hour, and now I doubt not of thy love to me. Quoth she, O my lord, is the reward of kindness aught but kindness? Verily, thou hast dealt generously with me, and hast entreated me with worship, and I have seen that thou lovest me with the utmost love, and thou hast done me all manner of honour and kindness, and preferred me above all thou lovest and desirest. So how should my heart be content to leave thee and depart from thee? And how should I do thus after all thy goodness to me? But now I desire of thy courtesy that thou come and salute my family, so thou mayst see them and they thee, and pure love and friendship may be between you. For know, O King of the age, that my brother and mother and cousins love thee with exceeding love, by reason of my praises of thee to them, and they say, we will not depart from thee nor go to our homes till we have foregathered with the king and saluted him. For indeed they desire to see thee and make acquaintance with thee." The King replied, "To hear is to obey, for this is my very own wish." So saying, he rose and went in to them and saluted them with the goodliest salutation. And they sprang up to him and received him with the utmost worship, after which he sat down in the palace and ate with them, and he entertained them thus for the space of 30 days. Then, being desirous of returning home, they took leave of the King and Queen and departed with due permission to their own land, after he had done them all possible honour. A while after this, Julnar completed the days of her pregnancy, and the time of her delivery being come, she bore a boy, as he were the moon at its full, whereat the utmost joy betided the King, for that he had never in his life been vouchsafed son or daughter. So they held high festival and decorated the city 7 days in the extreme of joy and jollity. And on the 7th day came Queen Julnar's mother, Farisha hight, and brother and cousins, whenas they knew of her delivery.—And Shahrazad perceived the light of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 35. Recording by Pam Castile.
Section 36 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 36. When it was the 742nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Julnar was brought to bed and was visited by her people, the King received them with joy at their coming, and said to them, I said that I would not give my son a name till you should come and name him of your knowledge. So they named him Badr Basim, and all agreed upon his name. Then they showed the child to his uncle Saleh, who took him in his arms, and arising began to walk about the chamber with him in all directions, right and left. Presently he carried him forth of the palace, and going down to the salt sea, fared on with him till he was hidden from the King's sight. Now when Shahriman saw him take his son and disappear with him in the depth of the sea, he gave the child up for lost, and fell to weeping and wailing. But Julnar said to him, O King of the age, fear not, neither grieve for thy son, for I love my child more than thou, and he is with my brother. So reck thou not of the sea, neither fear for him drowning. Had my brother known that aught of harm would betide the little one, he had not done this deed. And he will presently bring thee thy son safe, Inshallah, an it please the Almighty. Nor was an hour past before the sea became turbid and troubled, and King Saleh came forth, and flew from the sea till he came up to them, with the child lying quiet, and showing a face like the moon on a night of fullness. Then looking at the king, he said, "Haply thou fearedst harm for thy son, whenas I plunged into the sea with him." Replied the father, "Yes, O my lord, I did indeed fear for him, and thought he would never be saved therefrom." Rejoined Salih, "O king of the land, we pencilled his eyes with an eye powder we know of, and recited over him the names graven upon the seal ring of Solomon, David's son, on whom be peace. For this is what we used to do with children newly born among us. And now thou needst not fear for him drowning or suffocation in all the oceans of the world if he should go down into them. For even as you walk on the land, so we walk in the sea." Then he pulled out of his pocket a casket graven and sealed, and breaking open the seals, emptied it, whereupon there fell from it strings of all manner, jacinths and other jewels, besides 300 bugles of emerald, and other 300 hollow gems as big as ostrich eggs, whose light dimmed that of sun and moon. Quoth Salih, "O King of the age, these jewels and jacinths are a present from me to thee. We never yet brought thee a gift, for that we knew not Julnar's abiding place, neither had we of her any tidings or trace. But now that we see thee to be united with her, and we are all become one thing, we have brought thee this present, and every little while we will bring thee the like thereof, Inshallah. For that these jewels and jacinths are more plentiful with us than pebbles on the beach, and we know the good and the bad of them, and their whereabouts, and the way to them, and they are easy to us." When the king saw the jewels, his wits were bewildered, and his sense was astounded, and he said, "By Allah, one single gem of these jewels is worth my realm." Then he thanked for his bounty Salih the Sea-born, and looking towards Queen Julnar said, "I am abashed before thy brother, for he hath dealt munificently by me, and bestowed on me this splendid gift, which the folk of the land were unable to present." So she thanked her brother for his deed, and he said, "O King of the age, thou hast the prior claim on us, and it behoves us to thank thee, for thou hast entreated our sister with kindness, and we have entered thy dwelling and eaten of thy victual, and the poet saith, "Had I wept before she did in my passion for Sa'dah, I had healed my soul before repentance came. But she wept before I did, her tears drew mine, and I said, the merit belongs to the precedent." "And," resumed Salih the Pious, "if we stood on our faces in thy service, O King of the age, 1,000 years, yet we had not the might to requite thee, and this were but a scantling of thy due." The king thanked him with heartiest thanks, and the merman and merwomen abode with him 40 days' space, at the end of which Salih arose and kissed the ground before his brother-in-law, who asked, "What wantest thou, O Salih?" He answered, "O King of the age, indeed thou hast done us overabundant favours, and we crave of thy bounties that thou deal charitably with us and grant us permission to depart, for we yearn after our people and country, and our kinsfolk and our homes. So we will never forsake thy service, nor that of my sister and my nephew. And by Allah, O King of the age, 'tis not pleasant to my heart to part from thee. But how shall we do, seeing that we have been reared in the sea, and that the sojourn of the shore liketh us not?" When the king heard these words, he rose to his feet and farewelled Salih the Sea-born, and his mother and his cousins, and all wept together because of parting. And presently they said to him, "Anon we will be with thee again, nor will we forsake thee, but will visit thee every few days." Then they flew off and, descending into the sea, disappeared from sight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 743rd Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the relations of Julnar the Sea-born farewelled the King and her, weeping together because of parting. Then they flew off, and descending into the depths, disappeared from sight. After this, King Shahriman showed more kindness to Julnar and honoured her with increase of honour, and the little one grew up and flourished, whilst his maternal uncle and grandam and cousins visited the King every few days and abode with him a month or 2 months at a time. The boy ceased not to increase in beauty and loveliness with increase of years, till he attained the age of 15, and was unique in his perfection and symmetry. He learnt writing and Quran reading, history, syntax, and lexicography, archery, spear play, and horsemanship, and what not else behoveth the sons of kings. Nor was there one of the children of the folk of the city, men or women, but would talk of the youth's charms. For he was of surpassing beauty and perfection, even such an one as is praised in the saying of the poet, The whiskers write upon his cheek, with ambergris on pearl, 2 lines, as 'twere with jet upon an apple, line for line. Death harbours in his languid eye, and slays with every glance, and in his cheek is drunkenness, and not in any wine. And in that of another, upsprings from the table of his lovely cheeks a growth like broidery my wonder is, as 'twere a lamp that burns through night hung up beneath the gloom in chains of ambergris. And indeed the King loved him with exceeding love, and summoning his Wazir and Amirs and the chief officers of state and grandees of his realm, required of them a binding oath that they would make Badr Basim king over them after his sire, and they sware the oath gladly, for the sovereign was liberal to the lieges, pleasant in parley, and a very compend of goodness, saying naught but that wherein was advantage for the people. On the morrow Shahriman mounted with all his troops and emirs and lords, and went forth into the city and returned. When they drew near the palace, the King dismounted to wait upon his son, who abode on horseback, and he and all the emirs and grandees bore the saddle cloth of honour before him, each and every of them bearing it in his turn, till they came to the vestibule of the palace, where the prince alighted, and his father and the emirs embraced him and seated him on the throne of kingship, whilst they, including his sire, stood before him. Then Badr Basim judged the people, deposing the unjust and promoting the just, and continuing so doing till near upon noon, when he descended from the throne and went in to his mother Julnar the Sea-born, with the crown upon his head, as he were the moon. When she saw him, with the King standing before him, she rose, and kissing him, gave him joy of the Sultanate, and wished him and his sire length of life and victory over their foes. He sat with her, and rested till the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when he took horse and repaired, with the emirs before him, to the Maidan plain, where he played at arms with his father and his lords till nightfall, when he returned to the palace preceded by all the folk. He rode forth thus every day to the tilting ground, returning to sit and judge the people and do justice between earl and churl, and thus he continued doing a whole year, and at the end of which he began to ride out a hunting and a chasing, and to go round about in the cities and countries under his rule, proclaiming security and satisfaction, and doing after the fashion of kings. And he was unique among the people of his day for glory and valour and just dealing among the subjects. And it chanced one day the old king fell sick, and his fluttering heart forbode him of translation to the mansion of eternity. His sickness grew upon him till he was nigh upon death, when he called his son, and commended his mother and subjects to his care, and caused all the emirs and grandees once more to swear allegiance to the prince, and assured himself of them by strongest oaths. After which he lingered a few days, and departed to the mercy of Almighty Allah. His son and widow, and all the emirs and wazirs and lords mourned over him, and they built him a tomb, and buried him therein. They ceased not ceremoniously to mourn him for a whole month, till Salih and his mother and cousins arrived, and condoled with their grieving for the king, and said, O Julnar, though the king be dead, yet hath he left this noble and peerless youth, and not dead is whoso leaveth the like of him, the rending lion and the shining moon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 744th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Salih, brother of Julnar, and her mother and cousins said to her, Albeit the king be dead, yet hath he left behind him as successor this noble and peerless youth, the rending lion and the shining moon. Thereupon the grandees and notables of the empire went in to King Badr Basim and said to him, O king, there is no harm in mourning for the late sovereign, but over mourning beseemeth none save women. Wherefore occupy thou not thy heart and our hearts with the mourning for thy sire, insomuch as he hath left thee behind him, and whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead. Then they comforted him and diverted him, and lastly carried him to the bath. When he came out of the Hammam, he donned a rich robe, purfled with gold and embroidered with jewels and jacinths, and setting the royal crown upon his head, sat down on his throne of kingship, and ordered the affairs of the folk, doing equal justice between strong and weak, and exacting from the prince the dues of the pauper, wherefore the people loved him with exceeding love. Thus he continued doing for a full year, whilst every now and then his kinsfolk of the sea visited him, and his life was pleasant, and his eye was cooled. Now it came to pass that his uncle Salih went in one night of the nights to Julnar and saluted her, whereupon she rose and, embracing him, seated him by her side and asked him, O my brother, how art thou, and my mother and my cousins? He answered, O my sister, they are well, and glad and in good case, lacking naught save a sight of thy face. Then she set somewhat of food before him, and he ate. After which talk ensued between the twain, and they spake of King Badr Basim, and his beauty and loveliness, his symmetry and skill in cavalrice and cleverness and good breeding. Now Badr was propped upon his elbow hard by them, and hearing his mother and uncle speak of him, he feigned sleep, and listened to their talk. Presently Salih said to his sister, Thy son is now 17 years old, and is unmarried, and I fear lest mishap befall him and he have no son. Wherefore it is my desire to marry him to a princess of the princesses of the sea, who shall be a match for him in beauty and loveliness. Quoth Julnar, Name them to me, for I know them all. So Salih proceeded to enumerate them to her one by one. But to each she said, I like not this one for my son. I will not marry him but to one who is his equal in beauty and loveliness and wit and piety and good breeding and magnanimity and dominion and rank and lineage. Quoth Salih, I know none other of the daughters of the kings of the sea, for I have numbered to thee more than 100 girls, and not one of them pleaseth thee. But see, O my sister, whether thy son be asleep or no." So she felt Badr, and finding on him the signs of slumber, said to Salih, "He is asleep. What hast thou to say, and what is thine object in making sure his sleeping?" Replied he, "O my sister, know that I have bethought me of a mermaid of the mermaids who befitteth thy son. But I fear to name her, lest he be awake and his heart be taken with her love, and maybe we shall be unable to win her. So should he and we and the grandees of the realm be wearied in vain, and trouble betide us through this. For, as saith the poet, love at first sight is a spurt of spray, but a spreading sea when it gaineth sway." When she heard these words, she cried, "Tell me the condition of this girl and her name, for I know all the damsels of the sea, kings' daughters and others, and if I judge her worthy of him, I will demand her in marriage for him of her father, though I spend on her whatso my hand possesseth. So recount to me all anent her, and fear naught, for my son sleepeth." Quoth Salih, "I fear lest he be awake." And the poet saith, "I loved him soon as his praise I heard, for ear oft loveth ere eye survey." But Julnar said, "Speak out, and be brief, and fear not, O my brother." So he said, "By Allah, O my sister, none is worthy of thy son save the Princess Jawharah, daughter of King Al-Samandal, for that she is like unto him in beauty and loveliness and brilliancy and perfection. Nor is there found in sea or on land a sweeter or pleasanter of gifts than she. For she is prime in comeliness, and seemly head of face, and symmetrical shape of perfect grace. Her cheek is ruddy dight, her brow flower white, her teeth gem bright, her eyes blackest black, and whitest white, her hips of heavy weight, her waist slight, and her favour exquisite. When she turneth, she shameth the wild cattle and the gazelles, and when she walketh, she breedeth envy in the willow branch. When she unveileth her face, outshineth the sun and moon, and all those who look upon her she enslaveth soon. Sweet-lipped and soft-sided indeed is she." Now when Julnar heard what Salih said, she replied, "Thou sayest sooth, O my brother. By Allah, I have seen her many and many a time, and she was my companion when we were little ones. But now we have no knowledge of each other for constraint of distance, nor have I set eyes on her for 18 years. By Allah, none is worthy of my son but she." Now Badr heard all they said, and mastered what had passed. First and last of these praises bestowed on Jawharah, daughter of the King Al-Samandal. So he fell in love with her on hearsay, pretending sleep the while, wherefore fire was kindled in his heart on her account full sore, and he was drowned in a sea without bottom or shore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 36. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Section 37 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Vol.07. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 37. When it was the 745th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Badr Basim heard the words of his uncle Saleh and his mother Julna praising the daughter of King Al Samandal, a flame of fire built in his heart full sore, and he was drowned in a sea which hath nor bottom nor shore." Then Saleh, looking at his sister, exclaimed, "By Allah, O my sister, there is no greater fool among the kings of the sea than her father, nor one more violent of temper than he. So name thou not the girl to thy son till we demand her in marriage of her father. If he favour us with his assent, we will praise Allah Almighty; and if he refuse us and will not give her to thy son to wife, we will say no more about it and seek another match." Answered Julna, "Right is thy rede," and they parleyed no more. But Badr passed the night with a heart on fire with passion for Princess Jauharah. However, he concealed his case and spake not of her to his mother or his uncle, albeit he was on coals of fire for love of her. Now when it was morning, the King and his uncle went to the Hammam bath and washed, after which they came forth and drank wine, and the servants set food before them, whereof they and Julna ate their sufficiency and washed their hands. Then Salih rose and said to his nephew and sister, "With your leave, I would fain go to my mother and my folk, for I have been with you some days, and their hearts are troubled with awaiting me." But Badr Basim said to him, "Tarry with us this day," and he consented. Then quoth the King, "Come, O my uncle, let us go forth to the garden." So they sallied forth and promenaded about the pastures and took their solace awhile, after which King Badr lay down under a shady tree, thinking to rest and sleep. But he remembered his uncle's description of the maiden and her beauty and loveliness, and shed railing tears, reciting these two couplets: "Were it said to me, while the flame is burning within me, and the fire blazing in my heart and bowels, wouldst thou rathest that thou shouldst behold them, or a draught of pure water? I would answer, them." Then he sighed and wept and lamented, reciting these verses also: "Who shall save me from the love of a lovely gazelle, brighter browed than the sunshine, my Bobinel? My heart, erst free from her love, now burns with fire for the maid of Al Samandal." When Saleh heard what his nephew said, he smote hand upon hand and said, "There is no god but the God. Mohammed is the apostle of God, and there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great," adding, "O my son, heardest thou what passed between me and thy mother respecting Princess Jauharah?" Replied Badr Basim, "Yes, O my uncle, and I fell in love with her by hearsay through what I heard you say. Indeed, my heart cleaveth to her, and I cannot live without her." Rejoined his uncle, "O King, let us return to thy mother and tell her how the case standeth, and crave her leave that I may take thee with me and seek the princess in marriage of her sire, after which we will farewell her, and I and thou will return. Indeed, I fear to take thee and go without her leave, lest she be wroth with me. And verily the right would be on her side, for I should be the cause of her separation from us. Moreover, the city would be left without a king, and there would be none to govern the citizens and look to their affairs. So should the realm be disordered against thee, and the kingship depart from thy hands." But Badr Basim, hearing these words, cried, "O my uncle, if I return to my mother and consult her on such a matter, she will not suffer me to do this; wherefore I will not return to my mother nor consult her." And he wept before him and presently added, "I will go with thee, and tell her not, and after will return." When Salih heard what his nephew said, he was confused anent his case and said, "I crave help of the Almighty in any event." Then, seeing that Badr Basim was resolved to go with him, whether his mother would let him or no, he drew from his finger a seal ring, whereon were graven certain of the names of Allah the Most High, and gave it to him, saying, "Put this on thy finger, and thou shalt be safe from drowning and other perils, and from the mischief of sea beasts and great fishes." So King Badr Basim took the ring and set it on his finger. Then they dove into the deep, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 746th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Badr Basim and his uncle, after diving into the deep, fared on till they came to Salih's palace, where they found Badr Basim's grandmother, the mother of his mother, seated with her kinsfolk, and going in to them kissed their hands. When the old queen saw Badr, she rose to him, and embracing him, kissed him between the eyes, and said to him, "A blessed coming, O my son! How didst thou leave thy mother Julnar?" He replied, "She is well in health and fortune, and saluteth thee and her uncle's daughters." Then Salih related to his mother what had occurred between him and his sister, and how King Badr Basim had fallen in love with the Princess Jauharah, daughter of Al Samandal by report, and told her the whole tale from beginning to end, adding, "He hath not come save to demand her in wedlock of her sire." Which when the old queen heard, she was wroth against her son with exceeding wrath and sore troubled and concerned, and said, "O Salih, O my son, in very sooth thou didst wrong to name the princess before thy nephew, knowing as thou dost her father is stupid and violent, little of wit and tyrannical of temper, grudging his daughter to every suitor, for the monarchs of the main have sought her hand, but he rejected them all. Nay, he would none of them, saying, You are no match for her in beauty or in loveliness or in aught else. Wherefore we fear to demand her in wedlock of him, lest he reject us, even as he hath rejected others. And we are a folk of high spirit, and should return broken-hearted." Hearing these words, Salih answered, "O my mother, what is to do? For King Badr Basim saith, There is no help but that I seek her in marriage of her sire, though I expend my whole kingdom, and he avoucheth that an he take her not to wife, he will die of love for her and longing." And Salih continued, "He is handsomer and goodlier than she. His father was king of all the Persians, whose king he now is, and none is worthy of Jauharah save Badr Basim. Wherefore I purpose to carry her father a gift of jacinths and jewels befitting his dignity, and demand her of him in marriage. And he object to us that he is a king. Behold, our man also is a king, and the son of a king. Or if he object to us her beauty, behold, our man is more beautiful than she. Or again, if he object to us the vastness of his dominion, behold, our man's dominion is vaster than hers and her father's, and numbereth more troops and guards, for that his kingdom is greater than that of Al Salmandal. Needs must I do my endeavour to further the desire of my sister's son, though it relieve me of my life, because I was the cause of whatso hath betided, and even as I plunged him into the ocean of her love, so will I go about to marry him to her, and may Almighty Allah help me thereto." Rejoined his mother, "Do as thou wilt, but beware of giving her father rough words whenas thou speakest with him, for thou knowest his stupidity and violence, and I fear lest he do thee a mischief, for he knoweth not respect for any." And Saleh answered, "Hearkening and obedience." Then he sprang up, and taking 2 bags full of gems, such as rubies and bugles of emerald, noble ores, and all manner of jewels, gave them to his servants to carry, and set out with his nephew for the palace of Al Samandal. When they came thither, he sought audience of the king, and being admitted to his presence, kissed ground before him and saluted him with the goodliest salam. The king rose to him, and honouring him with the utmost honour, bade him be seated. So he sat down, and presently the king said to him, "A blessed coming, indeed. Thou hast desolated us, O Saleh, but what bringeth thee to us? Tell me thine errand, that we may fulfil it to thee." Whereupon Saleh arose and, kissing the ground a second time, said, "O King of the Age, my errand is to Allah and the magnanimous liege lord and the valiant lion, the report of whose good qualities the caravans far and near have dispread, and whose renown for benefits and beneficence and clemency and graciousness and liberality to all climes and countries hath sped." Thereupon he opened the 2 bags and displayed their contents before Al Samandal, said to him, "O King of the Age, haply wilt thou accept my gift, and by showing favour to me heal my heart." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of the day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 747th Night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Saleh offered his gift to the king, saying, 'My aim and the end is that the sovereign show favour to me and heal my heart by accepting my present,' King Samandal asked, 'With what object dost thou gift me with this gift? Tell me thy tale and acquaint me with thy requirement, and its accomplishment be in my power, I will straightway accomplish it to thee and spare thee toil and trouble. And if I be unable thereunto, Allah compelleth not any soul aught beyond its power.'" So Saleh rose and, kissing ground 3 times, said, "O King of the Age, that which I desire thou art indeed able to do, and it is in thy power, and thou art master thereof. And I impose not on the king a difficulty, nor am I Jinn demented, that I should crave of the king a thing whereto he availeth not. For one of the sages saith, 'An thou wouldst be complied with, ask that which can be readily supplied.' Whereupon that of which I am come in quest, the king, whom Allah preserve, is able to grant." The king replied, "Ask what thou wouldst have and state thy case and seek thy need." Then saith Saleh, "O King of the Age, know that I come as a suitor, seeking the unique pearl and the hoardest jewel, the Princess Jauharah, daughter of our lord the king. Wherefore, O King, disappoint thou not thy suitor." Now when the king heard this, he laughed till he fell backwards in mockery of him, and said, "O Saleh, I had thought thee a man of worth and a youth of sense, seeking naught save what was reasonable and speaking not save advisedly. What then hath befallen thy reason and urged thee to this monstrous matter and mighty hazard, that thou seekest in marriage daughters of kings, lords of cities and climates? Say me, art thou of a rank to aspire to this great eminence, and hath thy wit failed thee to this extreme pass, that thou affrontest me with this demand?" Replied Saleh, "Allah amend the king! I seek her not for myself, albeit an I did, and I am her match, and more than her match, for thou knowest that my father was King of Kings of the sea. for all thou art this day our king. But I seek her for King Badr Basim, lord of the land of the Persians, and son of King Shahriman, whose puissance thou knowest. And thou object that thou art a mighty great king. King Badr is greater. And if thou object thy daughter's beauty, King Badr is more beautiful than she, and fairer of form, and more excellent of rank and lineage. And he is the champion of the people of his day. Wherefore, if thou grant my request, O King of the age, thou wilt have set the thing in its stead. But if thou deal arrogantly with us, thou wilt not use us justly, nor travel with us the road which is straight. Moreover, O King, thou knowest that the Princess Jaura, the daughter of our lord the king, must needs be wedded and bedded, for the sage saith, a girl's lot is either in grace of marriage or the grave. Wherefore, an thou mean to marry her, my sister's son is worthier of her than any other man. Now, when King Al-Samandal heard Saleh's words, he was wroth with exceeding wrath. His reason well nigh fled, and his soul was like to depart his body for rage, and he cried, O dog! Shall the like of thee dare to bespeak me thus, and name my daughter in the assemblies, saying that the son of thy sister Julna is a match for her? Who art thou, and who is this sister of thine, and who is her son, and who was his father, that thou durst say to me such say, and address me with such address? What are you all in comparison to my daughter but dogs? And he cried out to his pages, saying, Take yonder gallows bird's head. So they drew their swords and made for Saleh, but he fled, and for the palace gate sped. And reaching the entrance, he found of his cousins and kinfolk and servants more than 1,000 horse, armed cap a pie in iron, and close-knitted mail coats, hending in hand spears, and naked swords glittering white. And these, when they saw Saleh come running out of the palace, they having been sent by his mother to his succour, questioned him, and he told them what was to do. Whereupon they knew that the king was a fool, and violent-tempered to boot. So they dismounted, and bearing their blades, went in to the King Al-Samandal, whom they found seated upon the throne of his kingship, unaware of their coming, and enraged against Saleh with furious rage. And they beheld his eunuchs and pages and officers unprepared. When the king saw them enter, drawn brand in hand, he cried out to his people, saying, Woe is you! Take me the heads off these hounds. But ere an hour had sped, Al-Samandal's party were put to the rout, and relied upon flight, and Saleh and his kinsfolk seized upon the king and pinioned him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 36. Recording by Ravi Shankar. Section 38 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Ravi Shankar. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 38. When it was the 748th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Saleh and his kinfolk pinioned the king, Princess Jauharah awoke, and knew that her father was a captive and his guards slain. So she fled forth the palace to a certain island, and climbing up into a high tree, hid herself in its summit. Now, when the two parties came to blows, some of King Al-Samandal's pages fled, and Badr Basim, meeting them, questioned them of their case, and they told him what had happened. But when he heard that the king was a prisoner, Badr feared for himself, and fled, saying in his heart, "Verily, all this turmoil is on my account, and none is wanted but I." So he sought safety in flight, security to sight, knowing not whither he went. But destiny from eternity foreordained drave him to the very island where the princess had taken refuge. And he came to the very tree whereon she sat, and threw himself down like a dead man, thinking to lie and repose himself, and knowing not there is no rest for the pursued, for none knoweth what fate hideth for him in the future. And as he lay down, he raised his eyes to the tree, and they met the eyes of the princess. So he looked at her, and seeing her to be like the moon rising in the east, cried, "Glory to him who fashioned yonder perfect form, him who is the creator of all things, and who over all things is almighty. Glory to the great God, the maker, the shaper, and fashioner. By Allah, if my presentiments be true, this is Jauharah, daughter of King Al Samandal. Methinks that when she heard of our coming to blows with her father, she fled to this island, and, happening upon this tree, hid herself on its head. But if this be not the princess herself, 'tis one yet goodlier than she." Then he bethought himself of her case, and said in himself, "I will arise and lay hands on her and question her of her condition, and if she be indeed the she, I will demand her in wedlock of herself, and so win my wish." So he stood up and said to her, "O end of all desire, who art thou, and what brought thee hither?" She looked at Badr Basim, and seeing him to be as the full moon when it shineth from under the black cloud, slender of shape and sweet of smile, answered, "O fair of fashion, I am Princess Jauharah, daughter of King Al Samandal, and I took refuge in this place because Salih and his host came to blows with my sire and slew his troops, and took him prisoner with some of his men, wherefore I fled, fearing for my very life," presently adding, "and I weet not what fortune hath done with my father." When King Badr Basim heard these words, he marvelled with exceeding marvel at this strange chance, and thought, "Doubtless I have won my wish by the capture of her sire." Then he looked at Jauharah and said to her, "Come down, O my lady, for I am slain for love of thee, and thine eyes have captivated me. On my account and thine are all these broils and battles. For thou must know that I am King Badr Basim, lord of the Persians, and Salih is my mother's brother, and it is he who came to thy sire to demand thee of him in marriage. As for me, I have quitted my kingdom for thy sake, and our meeting here is the rarest coincidence. So come down to me, and let us twain fare for thy father's palace, that I may beseech Uncle Salih to release him, and I may make thee my lawful wife." When Jauharah heard his words, she said in herself, "'Twas on this miserable gallows bird's account, then, that all this hath befallen, and that my father hath fallen prisoner, and his chamberlains and suite have been slain, and I have been departed from my palace, a miserable exile, and have fled for refuge to this island. But an I devise not against him some device to defend myself from him, he will possess himself of me, and take his will of me, for he is in love, and for aught that he doeth a lover is not blamed." Then she beguiled him with winning words and soft speeches, while he knew not the perfidy against him she purposed, and she asked him, "O my lord and light of my eyes, say me, art thou indeed King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar?" And he replied, "Yes, O my lady." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 749th Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Jauharah, daughter of King Al Samandal, asked the youth, "Art thou in very sooth King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar?" And he answered, "Yes, O my lady." Then she, "May Allah cut off my father and gar his kingdom cease from him and heal not his heart, neither avert him from strangerhood. If he could desire a comelier than thou, or aught goodlier than these fair qualities of thine, by Allah, he is of little wit and judgment." Presently adding, "But, O King of the Age, punish him not for that he hath done, more by token that an thou love me a span, verily I love thee a cubit. Indeed, I have fallen into the net of thy love and become of a number of thy slain. The love that was with thee hath transferred itself to me, and there is left thereof with thee but a tithe of that which is with me." So saying, she came down from the tree and drawing near him, strained him to her bosom and fell to kissing him, whereat passion and desire for her redoubled on him, and doubting not but she loved him, he trusted in her and returned her kisses and caresses. Presently he said to her, "By Allah, O Princess, my uncle Salih set forth to me not a 40th part of thy charms, no, not a quarter carat of the 24." Then Jauharah pressed him to her bosom and pronounced some unintelligible words, then spat on his face, saying, "Quit this form of man and take shape of bird, the handsomest of birds, white of robe, with red bill and legs." Hardly had she spoken when King Badr Basim found himself transformed into a bird, the handsomest of birds, who shook himself and stood looking at her. Now Jauharah had with her one of her slave girls by the name Marsinah, so she called her and said to her, "By Allah, but I fear for the life of my father who is his uncle's prisoner. I would kill him. Allah never requite him with good. How unlucky was his coming to us, for all this trouble is due to his hard-headedness. But do thou, O slave girl, bear him to the thirsty island and leave him there to die of thirst." So Marsinah carried him to the island in question and would have returned and left him there, but she said in herself, "By Allah, the lord of such beauty and loveliness deserveth not to die of thirst." So she went forth from that island and brought him to another, abounding in trees and fruit and rills, and setting him down there, returned to her mistress and told her, "I have left him on the thirsty island." Such was the case with Badr Basim. But as regards King Saleh, he sought for Jauharah after capturing the king and killing his folk, but finding her not, returned to his palace and said to his mother, "Where is my sister's son, King Badr Basim?" "By Allah, O my son," replied she, "I know nothing of him, for when it reached him that you and King Al Samandal had come to blows, and that strife and slaughter had betided between you, he was affrighted and fled." When Saleh heard this, he grieved for his nephew and said, "O my mother, by Allah, we have dealt negligently by King Badr, and I fear lest he perish, or lest one of King Al Samandal's soldiers or his daughter Jauharah fall in with him. So should we come to shame with his mother and no good betide us from her, for that I took him without her leave." Then he dispatched guards and scouts throughout the sea and elsewhere to seek for Badr, but they could learn no tidings of him. So they returned and told King Saleh, wherefore cark and care redoubled on him, and his breast was straitened for King Badr Basim. So far concerning nephew and uncle. But as for Julnar, the Sea-born, after their departure she abode in expectation of them, but her son returned not, and she heard no report of them. So when many days of fruitless waiting had gone by, she arose and going down into the sea repaired to her mother, who, sighting her, rose to her and kissed her and embraced her, as did the mermaids her cousins. Then she questioned her mother of King Badr Basim, and she answered, saying, "O my daughter, of a truth he came hither with his uncle, who took jacinths and jewels, and carrying them to King Al Samandal, demanded his daughter in marriage for thy son. But he consented not, and was violent against thy brother in words. Now I had sent Salih nigh upon 1,000 horse, and a battle befell between him and King Al-Samandal. But Allah aided thy brother against him, and he slew his guards and troops, and took himself prisoner. Meanwhile tidings of this reached thy son, and it would seem as if he feared for himself, wherefore he fled forth from us without our will, and returned not to us, nor have we heard any news of him." Then Julnar inquired for King Salih, and his mother said, "He is seated on the throne of his kingship in the stead of King Al-Samandal, and hath sent in all directions to seek thy son and Princess Jauharah." When Julnar heard the maternal words, she mourned for her son with sad mourning, and was highly incensed against her brother Salih, for that he had taken him and gone down with him into the sea without her leave, and she said, "O my mother, I fear for our realm, as I came to thee without letting any know, and I dread tarrying with thee, lest the state fall into disorder and the kingdom pass from our hands. Wherefore I deem it best to return and govern the reign till it please Allah to order our son's affair for us. But look ye forget him not, neither neglect his case, for should he come to any harm, it would infallibly kill me, since I see not the world save in him and delight but in his life." She replied, "With love and gladness, O my daughter. Ask not what we suffer by reason of his loss and absence." Then she sent to seek for her grandson, whilst Julnar returned to her kingdom weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted, and indeed the gladness of the world was straitened upon her, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 750th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Queen Julnar returned from her mother to her own realm, her breast was straitened, and she was in ill case. So it fared with her. But as regards King Badr Basim, after Prince Jauharah had ensorcelled him, and had sent him with her handmaid to the thirsty island, saying, 'Leave him there to die of thirst,' and Marsinah had set him down in a green islet, he abode days and nights in the semblance of a bird, eating of its fruits and drinking of its waters, and knowing not whither to go nor how to fly, till one day there came a certain fowler to the island, to catch somewhat wherewithal to get his living. He espied King Badr Basim in his form of a white-robed bird, with red bill and legs, captivating the sight and bewildering the thought, and looked thereat, said in himself, 'Verily yonder is a beautiful bird. Never saw I its like in fairness or form.' So he cast his net over Badr, and taking him, carried him to the town, mentally resolved to sell him for a high price. On his way one of the townfolk accosted him and said, 'For how much this fowl, O fowler?' Quoth the fowler, 'What wilt thou do with him an thou buy him?' Answered the other, 'I will cut his throat and eat him.' Whereupon said the birder, 'Who could have the heart to kill this bird and eat him? Verily I mean to present him to our king, who will give me more than thou wouldst give me, and will not kill him, but will divert himself by gazing upon his beauty and grace. For in all my life, since I have been a fowler, I never saw his like among land game or waterfowl. The utmost thou wouldst give me for him, however much thou covet him, would be a dirham, and by Allah Almighty I would not sell him.' Then he carried the bird up to the king's palace, and when the king saw it, its beauty and grace pleased him, and the red colour of its beak and legs. So he sent a eunuch to buy it, who accosted the fowler and said to him, 'Wilt thou sell this bird?' Answered he, 'Nay, 'tis a gift from me to the king.' So the eunuch carried the bird to the king and told him what the man had said, and he took it and gave the fowler 10 dinars, whereupon he kissed the ground and fared forth. Then the eunuch carried the bird to the palace, and placing him in a fine cage, hung him up, after setting meat and drink by him. When the king came down from the divan, he said to the eunuch, 'Where is the bird? Bring it to me, that I may look upon it, for by Allah it is beautiful.' So the eunuch brought the cage and set it between the hands of the king, who looked, and seeing the food untouched, said, By Allah, I wis not what it will eat, that I may nourish it." Then he called for food, and they laid the tables and the King ate. Now when the bird saw the flesh and meat and fruits and sweetmeats, he ate of all that was upon the trays before the King, whereat the sovereign and all the bystanders marvelled, and the King said to his attendants, eunuchs and Mamelukes, "In all my life I never saw a bird eat as doth this bird." Then he sent a eunuch to fetch his wife, that she might enjoy looking upon the bird, and he went in to summon her and said, "O my lady, the King desireth thy presence, that thou mayst divert thyself with the sight of a bird he hath bought. When we set on the food, it flew down from its cage and, perching on the table, ate of all that was on thereon. So arise, O my lady, and solace thee with the sight, for it is goodly of aspect, and it is a wonder of the wonders of the age." Hearing these words, she came in haste, but when she noted the bird, she veiled her face and turned to fare away. The King rose up and looking at her asked, "Why dost thou veil thy face, when there is none in presence save the women and eunuchs who wait on thee and thy husband?" Answered she, "O King, this bird is not a bird, but a man like thyself." He rejoined, "Thou liest. This is too much of a jest. How should he be other than a bird?" Then she, "O King, by Allah, I do not jest with thee, nor do I tell thee aught but the truth, for verily this bird is King Badr Basim, son of King Shahriman, lord of the land of the Persians, and his mother is Julnar the Sea-born."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 38. Recording by Ravi Shankar.
Section 39 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 39. When it was the 751st night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the King's wife said to the King, 'Verily, this is no bird, but a man like thyself. He is King Badr Basim, son of King Shahriman, and his mother is Julnar the Sea-born.' Quoth the King, 'And how came he in this shape?' And quoth she, 'Princess Jauharah, daughter of King Al Samandal, hath enchanted him,' and told him all that had passed with King Badr Basim from first to last. The King marvelled exceedingly at his wife's words and conjured her, on his life, to free Badr from his enchantment, for she was the notablest enchantress of her age, and not leave him in torment, saying, 'May Almighty Allah cut off Jauharah's hand for a foul witch as she is! How little is her faith and how great her craft and perfidy!' Said the Queen, 'Do thou say to him, O Badr Basim, enter yonder closet.' So the King bade him enter the closet, and he went in obediently. Then the Queen veiled her face and taking in her hand a cup of water, entered the closet, where she pronounced over the water certain incomprehensible words ending with, 'By the virtue of these mighty names and holy verses, and by the majesty of Allah Almighty, Creator of heaven and earth, the quickener of the dead and appointer of the means of daily bread and the terms determined, quit this thy form wherein thou art, and return to the shape in which the Lord created thee.'" Hardly had she made an end of her words when the bird trembled once and became a man, and the King saw before him a handsome youth, than whom on earth's face was none goodlier. But when King Badr Basim found himself thus restored to his own form, he cried, "There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the Apostle of God. Glory be to the Creator of all creatures, and provider of their provision, and ordainer of their life terms preordained." Then he kissed the king's hand and wished him long life, and the king kissed his head and said to him, "O Badr Basim, tell me thy history from commencement to conclusion." So he told him his whole tale, concealing naught, and the king marvelled thereat and said to him, "O Badr Basim, Allah hath saved thee from the spell; but what hath thy judgment decided, and what thinkest thou to do?" Replied he, "O King of the age, I desire thy bounty that thou equip me a ship with a company of thy servants and all that is needful. For 'tis long since I have been absent, and I dread lest the kingdom depart from me, and I misdoubt me my mother is dead of grief for my loss, and this doubt is the stronger for that she knoweth not what is come of me, nor whether I am alive or dead. Wherefore I beseech thee, O King, to crown thy favours to me by granting me what I seek." The King, after beholding the beauty and grace of Badr Basim and listening to his sweet speech, said, "I hear and obey." So he fitted him out a ship, to which he transported all that was needful and which he manned with a company of his servants, and Badr Basim set sail in it, after having taken leave of the King. They sailed over the sea 10 successive days with a favouring wind, but on the 11th day the ocean became troubled with exceeding trouble. The ship rose and fell, and the sailors were powerless to govern her. So they drifted at the mercy of the waves, till the craft neared a rock in mid-sea, which fell upon her and broke her up, and all on board were drowned, save King Badr Basim, who got astride one of the planks of the vessel, after having been nigh upon destruction. The plank ceased not to be borne by the set of the sea, whilst he knew not whither he went and had no means of directing its motion, as the wind and waves wrought for 3 whole days. But on the fourth the plank grounded with him on the seashore, where he sighted a white city, as it were a dove passing white, builded upon a tongue of land that jutted out into the deep, and it was goodly of ordinance, with high towers and lofty walls against which the waves beat. When Badr Basim saw this, he rejoiced with exceeding joy, for he was well nigh dead of hunger and thirst, and dismounting from the plank, would have gone up the beach to the city, but there came down to him mules and asses and horses, in number as the sea sends, and fell to striking at him and staying him from landing. So he swam round to the back of the city, where he waded to shore and entering the place, found none therein and marvelled at this, saying, "Would I knew to whom cloth this city belong, wherein is no lord nor any liege, and whence came these mules and asses and horses that hindered me from landing?" And he mused over his case. Then he walked on at hazard till he espied an old man, a grocer. So he saluted him, and the other returned his salam, and seeing him to be a handsome young man, said to him, "O youth, whence comest thou and what brought thee to this city?" Badr told him his story, at which the old man marvelled and said, "O my son, didst thou see any on thy way?" He replied, "Indeed, O my father, I wondered in good sooth to sight a city void of folk." Quoth the Shaykh, "My son, come up into the shop, lest thou perish." So Badr Basim went up into the shop and sat down, whereupon the old man set before him somewhat of food, saying, "O my son, enter the inner shop. Glory be to Him who hath preserved thee from yonder she Sathanas." King Badr Basim was sore affrighted at the grocer's words, but he ate his fill and washed his hands, then glanced at his host and said to him, "O my lord, what is the meaning of these words? Verily, thou hast made me fearful of this city and its folk." Replied the old man, "Know, O my son, that this is the city of the magicians, and its queen is as she were she Satan, a sorceress and a mighty enchantress, passing crafty and perfidious exceedingly. All thou sawest of horses and mules and asses were once sons of Adam like thee and me. They were also strangers, for whoever entereth this city, being a young man like thyself, this miscreant witch taketh him and hometh him for 40 days, after which she enchanteth him, and he becometh a mule or a horse or an ass of those animals thou sawest on the seashore."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 752nd Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the old grocer related to King Badr Basim the history of the enchantress, ending with, "All these people hath she spelled, and when it was thy intent to land, they feared lest thou be transmute like themselves. So they counselled thee by signs that said, 'Land not,' of their solicitude for thee, fearing that haply she should do with thee like as she had done with them. She possessed herself of this city and seized it from its citizens by sorcery, and her name is Queen Lab, which being interpreted meaneth in Arabic, Almanac of the Sun." When Badr Basim heard what the old man said, he was affrighted with sore affright and trembled like reed in wind, saying in himself, "Hardly do I feel me free from the affliction wherein I was by reason of sorcery, when destiny casteth me into yet sorrier case." And he fell a musing over his condition and that which had betided him. When the Shaykh looked at him and saw the violence of his terror, he said to him, "O my son, come, sit at the threshold of the shop and look upon yonder creatures and upon their dress and complexion and that wherein they are by reason of gramarye, and dread not; for the Queen and all in the city love and tender me and will not vex my heart or trouble my mind." So King Badr Basim came out and sat at the shop door, looking out upon the folk, and there passed by him a world of creatures without number. But when the people saw him, they accosted the grocer and said to him, "O elder, is this thy captive and thy prey gotten in these days?" The old man replied, "He is my brother's son. I heard that his father was dead, so I sent for him and brought him here that I might quench with him the fire of my homesickness." Quoth they, "Verily, he is a comely youth, but we fear for him from Queen Lab, lest she turn on thee with treachery and take him from thee, for she loveth handsome young men." Quoth the Shaykh, "The Queen will not gainsay my commandment, for she loveth and tendereth me; and when she shall know that he is my brother's son, she will not molest him or afflict me in him, neither trouble my heart on his account." Then King Badr Basim abode some months with the grocer, eating and drinking, and the old man loved him with exceeding love. One day, as he sat in the shop according to his custom, behold, there came up 1,000 eunuchs with drawn swords and clad in various kinds of raiment and girt with jewelled girdles. All rode Arabian steeds and bore in baldric Indian blades. They saluted the grocer, as they passed his shop, and were followed by 1,000 damsels like moons, clad in various raiments of silks and satins, fringed with gold and embroidered with jewels of sorts, and spears were slung to their shoulders. In their midst rode a damsel mounted on a Rabite mare, saddled with a saddle of gold set with various kinds of jewels and jacinths, and they reached in a body the Shaykh's shop. The damsels saluted him and passed on, till, lo and behold, up came Queen Lab in great state and seeing King Badr Basim sitting in the shop, as he were the moon at its full, was amazed at his beauty and loveliness and became passionately enamoured of him and distraught with desire of him. So she alighted and sitting down by King Badr Basim said to the old man, "Whence hadst thou this handsome one?" And the Shaykh replied, "He is my brother's son and is lately come to me." Quoth Lab, "Let him be with me this night, that I may talk with him." And quoth the old man, "Wilt thou take him from me and not enchant him?" Said she, "Yes," and said he, "Swear to me." So she swore to him that she would not do him any hurt or ensorcel him, and bidding bring him a fine horse, saddled and bridled with a golden bridle, and decked with trappings all of gold set with jewels, gave the old man 1,000 dinars, saying, "Use this." Then she took Badr Basim and carried him off, as he were the full moon on its 14th night, whilst all the folk, seeing his beauty, were grieved for him and said, "By Allah, verily, this youth deserveth not to be bewitched by yonder sorceress, the accursed." Now King Badr Basim heard all they said, but was silent, committing his case to Allah Almighty, till they came to and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 753rd Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that King Badr Basim ceased not faring with Queen Lab and her suite till they came to her palace gate, where the Emirs and eunuchs and lords of the realm took foot, and she bade the chamberlains dismiss her officers and grandees, who kissed ground and went away, whilst she entered the palace with Badr Basim and her eunuchs and women. Here he found a place whose like he had never seen at all, for it was builded of gold, and in its midst was a great basin brimful of water midmost a vast flower garden. He looked at the garden and saw it abounding in birds of various kinds and colours, warbling in all manner tongues and voices pleasurable and plaintive. And everywhere he beheld great state and dominion and said, Glory be to God, who of his bounty and long suffering provideth those who serve other than himself. The Queen sat down at a latticed window overlooking the garden on a couch of ivory, whereon was a high bed, and King Badr Basim seated himself by her side. She kissed him and pressing him to her breast, bade her women bring a tray of food. So they brought a tray of red gold, inlaid with pearls and jewels, and spread with all manner of viands, and he and she ate, till they were satisfied, and washed their hands, after which the waiting women set on flagons of gold and silver and glass, together with all kinds of flowers and dishes of dried fruits. Then the Queen summoned the singing women, and there came 10 maidens, as they were moons, bending all manner of musical instruments. Queen Lab crowned a cup and drinking it off, filled another and passed it to King Badr Basim, who took and drank, and they ceased not to drink till they had their sufficiency. Then she bade the damsels sing, and they sang all manner modes, till it seemed to Badr Basim as if the palace danced with him for joy. His sense was ecstasied and his breast broadened, and he forgot his strangerhood and said in himself, Verily, this Queen is young and beautiful, and I will never leave her, for her kingdom is vaster than my kingdom, and she is fairer than Princess Jalhara. So he ceased not to drink with her till eventide came, when they lighted the lamps and waxen candles and diffused censer perfumes, nor did they leave drinking till they were both drunken, and the singing women sang the while. Then Queen Lab, being in liquor, rose from her seat and lay down on a bed, and dismissing her women called to Badr Basim to come and sleep by her side. So he lay with her in all delight of life till the morning. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 39. Recording by Pam Castile. Section 40 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 40. When it was the 754th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Queen awoke, she repaired to the Hammam bath in the palace, King Badr Basim being with her, and they bathed and were purified, after which she clad him in the finest of raiment and called for the service of wine. So the waiting women brought the drinking gear and they drank. Presently the Queen arose and taking Badr Basim by the hand, sat down with him on chairs and bade bring food, whereof they ate and washed their hands. Then the damsels fetched the drinking gear and fruits and flowers and confections, and they ceased not to eat and drink whilst the singing girls sang various airs till the evening. They gave not over eating and drinking and merrymaking for a space of 40 days, when the Queen said to him, "O Badr Basim, say me whether is the more pleasant, this place or the shop of thine uncle the grocer?" He replied, "By Allah, O Queen, this is the pleasanter, for my uncle is but a beggarly man who vendeth pot herbs." She laughed at his words, and the twain lay together in the pleasantest of case till the morning, when King Badr Basim awoke from sleep and found not Queen Lab by his side. So he said, "Would heaven I knew where can she have gone?" And indeed he was troubled at her absence and perplexed about the case, for she stayed away from him a great while and did not return. So he donned his dress and went seeking her, but not finding her, and he said to himself, "Haply she is gone to the flower garden." Thereupon he went out into the garden and came to a running rill, beside which he saw a white she bird, and on the stream bank a tree full of birds of various colours, and he stood and watched the birds without their seeing him. And behold, a black bird flew down upon that white she bird and fell to billing her pigeon fashion. Then he leapt on her and trod her 3 consecutive times, after which the bird changed and became a woman. Badr looked at her and lo! it was Queen Lab. So he knew that the black bird was a man transmewed, and that she was enamoured of him and had transformed herself into a bird that he might enjoy her, wherefore jealousy got hold upon him and he was wroth with the Queen because of the black bird. Then he returned to his place and lay down on the carpet bed, and after an hour or so she came back to him and fell to kissing him and jesting with him. But being sore incensed against her, he answered her not a word. She saw what was to do with him and was assured that he had witnessed what befell her when she was a white bird and was trodden by the black bird, yet she discovered naught to him but concealed what ailed her. When he had done her need, he said to her, "O Queen, I would have thee give me leave to go to my uncle's shop, for I long after him and have not seen him these 40 days." She replied, "Go to him, but tarry not from me, for I cannot brook to be parted from thee, nor can I endure without thee an hour." He said, "I hear and I obey," and mounting, rode to the shop of the Shaykh, the grocer, who welcomed him and rose to him and embracing him, said to him, "How hast thou fared with yonder idolatress?" He replied, "I was well in health and happiness till this last night," and told him what had passed in the garden with the black bird. Now when the old man heard his words, he said, "Beware of her, for know that the birds upon the tree were all young men and strangers, whom she loved and enchanted and turned into birds. That black bird thou sawest was one of her Mamelukes whom she loved with exceeding love, till he cast his eyes upon one of her women, wherefore she changed him into a black bird."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 755th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Badr Basim acquainted the old grocer with all the doings of Queen Lab and what he had seen of her proceedings, the Shaykh gave him to know that all the birds upon the tree were young men and strangers whom she had enchanted, and that the black bird was one of her Mamelukes whom she had transmewed, and, continued the Shaykh, whenas she lusteth after him, she transformeth herself into a she bird, that he may enjoy her, for she still loveth him with passionate love. When she found that thou knewest of her case, she plotted evil against thee, for she loveth thee not wholly. But no harm shall betide thee from her, so long as I protect thee. Therefore fear nothing, for I am a Moslem. by name Abdallah, and there is none in my day more magical than I. Yet do I not make use of gramarye save upon constraint. Many a time have I put to naught the sorceries of yonder accursed, and delivered folk from her, and I care not for her, because she can do me no hurt. Nay, she feareth me with exceeding fear, as do all in the city who, like her, are magicians and serve the fire, not the omnipotent Sire. So tomorrow come thou to me, and tell me what she doth with thee, for this very night she will cast about to destroy thee, and I will tell thee how thou shalt do with her, that thou mayest save thyself from her malice." Then King Badr Basim farewelled the Shaykh and returned to the Queen, whom he found awaiting him. When she saw him, she rose and seating him and welcoming him, brought him meat and drink, and the two ate till they had enough and washed their hands. After which she called for wine and they drank till the night was well nigh half spent, when she plied him with cup after cup, till he was drunken and lost sense and wit. When she saw him thus, she said to him, "I conjure thee by Allah and by whatso thou worshippest, if I ask thee a question, wilt thou inform me rightly and answer me truly?" And he being drunken answered, "Yes, O my lady." Quoth she, "O my lord and light of mine eyes, when thou awokest last night and foundest me not, thou soughtest me, till thou sawest me in the garden under the guise of a white she bird, and also thou sawest the blackbird leap on me and tread me. Now I will tell the truth of this matter. That black bird was one of my Mamelukes, whom I loved with exceeding love. But one day he cast his eyes upon a certain of my slave girls, wherefore jealousy gat hold upon me, and I transformed him by my spells into a blackbird, and her I slew. But now I cannot endure without him a single hour. So whenever I lust after him, I change myself into a she bird and go to him, that he may leap me and enjoy me, even as thou hast seen. Art thou not therefore incensed against me because of this? Albeit by the virtue of fire and light, shade and heat, I love thee more than ever and have made thee my portion of the world?" He answered, being drunken, "Thy conjecture of the cause of my rage is correct, and it had no reason other than this." With this she embraced him and kissed him and made great show of love to him. Then she lay down to sleep and he by her side. Presently, about midnight, she rose from the carpet bed, and King Badr Basim was awake, but he feigned sleep and watched stealthily to see what she would do. She took out of a red bag a something red, which she planted amiddlemost the chamber, and it became a stream, running like the sea. After which she took a handful of barley and strewing it on the ground, watered it with water from the river, whereupon it became wheat in the ear, and she gathered it and ground it into flour. Then she set it aside and returning to bed, lay down by Badr Basim till morning, when he arose and washed his face and asked her leave to visit the Shaykh his uncle. She gave him permission and he repaired to Abdallah and told him what had passed. The old man laughed and said, "By Allah, this miscreant witch plotteth mischief against thee, but reck thou not of her ever." Then he gave him a pound of parched corn and said to him, "Take this with thee and know that, when she seeth it, she will ask thee, 'What is this and what wilt thou do with it?' Do thou answer, 'Abundance of good things is good, and eat of it.' Then will she bring forth to thee parched grain of her own and say to thee, 'Eat of this Sawik,' and do thou feign to her that thou eatest thereof, but eat of this instead, and beware and have a care lest thou eat of hers even a grain, for an thou eat so much as a grain thereof, her spells will have power over thee, and she will enchant thee and say to thee, 'Leave this form of a man,' whereupon thou wilt quit thine own shape for what shape she will. But an thou eat naught thereof, her enchantments will be null and void and no harm will betide thee therefrom. Whereat she will be shamed with shame exceeding and say to thee, 'I did but jest with thee.' Then she will make a show of love and fondness to thee, but this will all be but hypocrisy in her and craft. And do thou also make a show of love to her and say to her, O my lady and light of mine eyes, eat of this parched barley and see how delicious it is. And if she eat thereof, though it be but a grain, take water in thy hand and throw it in her face, saying, Quit this human form, for what form soever thou wilt have her take. Then leave her and come to me, and I will counsel thee what to do. So Badr Basim took leave of him and returning to the palace went in to the Queen, who said to him, Welcome and well come and good cheer to thee! And she rose and kissed him, saying, Thou hast tarried long from me, O my lord. He replied, I have been with my uncle, and he gave me to eat of this sawik. Quoth she, We have better than that. Then she laid his parched sawik in one plate and hers in another, and said to him, Eat of this, for 'tis better than thine. So he feigned to eat of it, and when she thought he had done so, she took water in her hand and sprinkled him therewith, saying, Quit this form, O thou gallows bird, thou miserable, and take that of a mule one-eyed and foul of favour. But he changed not, which when she saw, she arose and went up to him and kissed him between the eyes, saying, O my beloved, I did but jest with thee. Bear me no malice because of this. Quoth he, O my lady, I bear thee no whit of malice, nay, I am assured that thou lovest me, but eat of this my parched barley. So she ate a mouthful of Abdallah's sawik, but no sooner had it settled in her stomach than she was convulsed, and King Badr Basim took water in his palm and threw it in her face, saying, Quit this human form and take that of a dapple mule. No sooner had he spoken than she found herself changed into a she-mule, whereupon the tears rolled down her cheeks and she fell to rubbing her muzzle against his feet. Then he would have bridled her, but she would not take the bit. So he left her and going to the grocer, told him what had passed. Abdallah brought out for him a bridle and bade him rein her forthwith. So he took it to the palace, and when she saw him, she came up to him and he set the bit in her mouth and mounting her rode forth to find the Shaykh. But when the old man saw her, he rose and said to her, Almighty Allah confound thee, O accursed woman! Then quoth he to Badr, O my son, there is no more tarrying for thee in this city. So ride her and fare with her whither thou wilt, and beware lest thou commit the bridle to any. King Badr thanked him and farewelling him, fared on 3 days without ceasing, till he drew near another city, and there met him an old man, grey-headed and comely, who said to him, Whence comest thou, O my son? Badr replied, From the city of this witch. And the old man said, Thou art my guest to-night. He consented and went with him. But by the way, behold, they met an old woman, who wept when she saw the mule and said, There is no God but the God. Verily, this mule resembleth my son's she-mule which is dead, and my heart acheth for her. So Allah upon thee, O my lord, do thou sell her to me. He replied, By Allah, O my mother, I cannot sell her. But she cried, Allah upon thee, do not refuse my request, for my son will surely be a dead man except I buy him this mule. And she importuned him till he exclaimed, I will not sell her save for 1,000 dinars, saying in himself, Whence should this old woman get 1,000 gold pieces? Thereupon she brought out from her girdle a purse containing 1,000 ducats, which when King Badr Basim saw, he said, O my mother, I did but jest with thee. I cannot sell her. But the old man looked at him and said, O my son, in this city none may lie, for whoso lieth they put to death. So King Badr Basim lighted down from the mule,—and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 756th Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Badr Basim dismounted from and delivered the mule to the old woman, she drew the bit from her mouth and taking water in her hand, sprinkled the mule therewith, saying, O my daughter, quit this shape for that form wherein thou wast aforetime. Upon this she was straightway restored to her original semblance, and the two women embraced and kissed each other. So King Badr Basim knew that the old woman was Queen Lab's mother, and that he had been tricked and would have fled, when lo! the old woman whistled a loud whistle, and her call was obeyed by an Ifrit, as he were a great mountain, whereat Badr was affrighted and stood still. Then the old woman mounted on the Ifrit's back, taking her daughter behind her, and King Badr Basim before her, and the Ifrit flew off with them. Nor was it a full hour ere they were in the palace of Queen Lab, who sat down on the throne of kingship and said to Badr, "Gallows bird that thou art, now am I come hither and have attained to that I desired, and soon will I show thee how I will do with thee and with yonder old man the grocer. How many favours have I shown him, yet he cloth me frowardness, for thou hast not attained thine end but by means of him." Then she took water and sprinkled him therewith, saying, "Quit the shape wherein thou art for the form of a foul-favoured fowl, the foulest of all fowls." And she set him in a cage and cut off from him meat and drink. But one of her women, seeing this cruelty, took compassion on him and gave him food and water without her knowledge. One day the damsel took her mistress at unawares and going forth the palace, repaired to the old grocer, to whom she told the whole case, saying, "Queen Lab is minded to make an end of thy brother's son." The Shaykh thanked her and said, "There is no help but that I take the city from her and make thee queen thereof in her stead." Then he whistled a loud whistle, and there came forth to him an Ifrit with four wings, to whom he said, "Take up this damsel and carry her to the city of Julnar the Sea born, and her mother Faráshah, for they twain are the most powerful magicians on face of earth." And he said to the damsel, "When thou comest thither, tell them that King Badr Basim is Queen Lab's captive." Then the Ifrit took up his load and flying off with her, in a little while set her down upon the terrace roof of Queen Julnar's palace. So she descended and going in to the Queen, kissed the earth and told her what had passed to her son, first and last. Whereupon Julnar rose to her and entreated her with honour and thanked her. Then she let beat the drums in the city and acquainted her lieges and the lords of her realm with the good news that King Badr Basim was found, after which she and her mother Faráshah and her brother Salih assembled all the tribes of the Jinn and the troops of the Main, for the kings of the Jinn obeyed them since the taking of King Al Samandal. Presently they all flew up into the air and lighting down on the city of the sorceress, sacked the town and the palace and slew all the unbelievers therein in the twinkling of an eye. Then said Julnar to the damsel, "Where is my son?" And the slave girl brought her the cage and signing to the bird within, cried, "This is thy son." So Julnar took him forth from the cage and sprinkled him with water, saying, "Quit this shape for the form wherein thou wast aforetime." Nor had she made an end of her speech ere he shook and became a man as before. Whereupon his mother, seeing him restored to human shape, embraced him and he wept with sore weeping. On likewise did his uncle Salih and his grandmother and the daughters of his uncle and fell to kissing his hands and feet. Then Julnar sent for Shaykh Abdallah and thanking him for his kind dealing with her son, married him to the damsel whom he had dispatched to her with news of him and made him king of the city. Moreover, she summoned those who survived of the citizens, and they were Moslems, and made them swear fealty to him and take the oath of loyalty, whereto they replied, "Hearkening and obedience." Then she and her company farewelled him and returned to their own capital. The townsfolk came out to meet them, with drums beating, and decorated the place 3 days and held high festival of the greatness of their joy for the return of their King Badr Basim. After this Badr said to his mother, "O my mother, naught remains but that I marry and we be all united." She replied, "Right is thy rede, O my son, but wait till we ask who befitteth thee among the daughters of the kings." And his grandmother Faráshah and the daughters of both his uncles said, "O Badr Basim, we will help thee to win thy wish forthright." Then each of them arose and fared forth questing in the lands, whilst Julnar sent out her waiting women on the necks of Ifrits, bidding them leave not a city nor a king's palace without noting all the handsome girls that were therein. But when King Badr Basim saw the trouble they were taking in this matter, he said to Julnar, "O my mother, leave this thing, for none will content me save Jauharah, daughter of King Al Samandal, for that she is indeed a jewel according to her name." Replied Julnar, "I know that which thou seekest," and bade forthright bring Al Samandal the King. As soon as he was present, she sent for Badr Basim and acquainted him with the King's coming, whereupon he went in to him. Now when Al Samandal was aware of his presence, he rose to him and saluted him and bade him welcome, and King Badr Basim demanded of him his daughter Jauharah in marriage. Quoth he, "She is thine handmaid and at thy service and disposition," and dispatched some of his suite bidding them seek her abode, and after telling her that her sire was in the hands of King Badr Basim to bring her forthright. So they flew up into the air and disappeared, and they returned after a while with the Princess who, as soon as she saw her father, went up to him and threw her arms round his neck. Then looking at her, he said, "O my daughter, know that I have given thee in wedlock to this magnanimous sovereign and valiant lion, King Badr Basim, son of Queen Julnar the Sea-born, for that he is the goodliest of the folk of his day and most powerful and the most exalted of them in degree and the noblest in rank. He befitteth none but thee and thou none but him." Answered she, "I may not gainsay thee, O my sire, do as thou wilt, for indeed chagrin and despite are at an end and I am one of his handmaids." So they summoned the Kazi and the witnesses who drew up the marriage contract between King Badr Basim and the Princess Jauharah, and the citizens decorated the city and beat the drums of rejoicing, and they released all who were in the jails, whilst the King clothed the widows and orphans and bestowed robes of honour upon the lords of the realm and Emirs and Grandees; and they made bride feast and held high festival night and morn 10 days, at the end of which time they displayed the bride in 9 different dresses before King Badr Basim, who bestowed an honourable robe upon King Al Samandal and sent him back to his country and people and kinsfolk. And they ceased not from living the most delectable of life and the most solaceful of days, eating and drinking and enjoying every luxury, till there came to them the Destroyer of delights and the Sunderer of societies, and this is the end of their story. May Allah have mercy on them all. Moreover, O auspicious King, a tale is also told anent King Mohammed bin Sabaik and the merchant Hasan. There was once, in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, a king of the kings of the Persians, by name Mohammed bin Sabaik, who ruled over Khorasan land and used every year to go on razzia into the countries of the miscreants in Hind and Sind and China and the lands of Maywar Anar beyond the Oxus and other regions of the barbarians and what not else. He was a just king, a valiant and a generous, and loved table talk and tales and verses and anecdotes and histories and entertaining stories and legends of the ancients. Whoso knew a rare recital and related it to him in such fashion as to please him, he would bestow on him a sumptuous robe of honour and clothe him from head to foot and give him 1,000 dinars and mount him on a horse saddled and bridled, besides other great gifts, and the man would take all this and wend his way. Now it chanced that one day there came an old man before him and related to him a rare story, which pleased the King and made him marvel. So he ordered him a magnificent present, amongst other things 1,000 dinars of Khorasan and a horse with its housings and trappings. After this the fruit of the King's munificence was blazed abroad in all countries, and there heard of him a man, Hasan the merchant hight, who was a generous, open-handed and learned, a scholar and an accomplished poet. Now the King had an envious Wazir, a multum in parvo of ill, loving no man, rich nor poor, and whoso came before the King and he gave him aught, he envied him and said, "Verily, this fashion annihilateth wealth and ruineth the land, and such is the custom of the King." But this was naught save envy and despite in that minister. Presently the king heard talk of Hasan the merchant, and sending for him, said to him as soon as he came into the presence, "O merchant Hasan, this Wazir of mine vexeth and thwarteth me concerning the money I give to poets and boon companions and story tellers and gleemen, and I would have thee tell me a goodly history and a rare story, such as I have never before heard. An it please me, I will give thee lands galore, with their forts, in free tenure, in addition to thy fiefs and untaxed lands, besides which I will put my whole kingdom in thy hands and make thee my chief Wazir. So shalt thou sit on my right hand and rule my subjects. But an thou bring me not that which I bid thee, I will take all that is thy hand and banish thee my realm." Replied Hasan, "Hearkening and obedience to our lord the king. But thy slave beseecheth thee to have patience with him a year; then will he tell thee a tale, such as thou hast never in thy life heard, neither hath other than thou heard its like, not to say a better than it." Quoth the king, "I grant thee a whole year's delay." And he called for a costly robe of honour, wherein he robed Hasan, saying, "Keep thy house and mount not horse, neither go nor come for a year's time, till thou bring me that I seek of thee. An thou bring it, especial favour awaiteth thee, and thou mayst count upon that which I have promised thee. But an thou bring it not, thou art not of us, nor are we of thee."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 40. Recording by Pam Castile.
Section number 41 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 41. When it was the 757th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Mohammed son of Sabaik said to Hasan the merchant, 'An thou bring me that I seek of thee, especial favour awaiteth thee, and thou mayest now rejoice in that which I have promised thee. But an thou bring it not, thou art not of us, nor are we of thee.'" Hasan kissed ground before the king and went out from the presence. Then he chose 5 of the best of his Mamelukes, who could all write and read, and were learned, intelligent, accomplished, and he gave each of them 5,000 dinars, saying, "I reared you not save for the like of this day. So do ye help me to further the king's desire and deliver me from his hand." Quoth they, "What wilt thou have us do? Our lives be thy ransom." Quoth he, "I wish you to go each to a different country and seek out diligently the learned and erudite and literate and the tellers of wondrous stories and marvellous histories, and do your endeavour to procure me the story of Sayf al-Muluk. If ye find it with any one, pay him what price soever he asketh for it, although he demand 1,000 dinars. Give him what ye may, and promise him the rest, and bring me the story. For whoso happeneth upon it and bringeth it to me, I will bestow on him a costly robe of honour and largesse galore, and there shall be to me none more worshipped than he." Then he said to one of them, "Hie thou to Al Hind and Al Sind and all their provinces and dependencies." To another, "Hie thou to the home of the Persians and to China and her climates." To the third, "Hie thou to the land of Khorasan with its districts." To the fourth, "Hie thou to Mauritania and all its regions, districts, provinces and quarters." And to the fifth, "Hie thou to Syria and Egypt and their outliers." Moreover, he chose them at an auspicious day and said to them, "Fare ye forth this day and be diligent in the accomplishment of my need, and be not slothful, though the case cost you your lives." So they farewelled him and departed, each taking the direction prescribed to him. Now 4 of them were absent 4 months, and searched, but found nothing. So they returned and told their master, whose breast was straitened, that they had ransacked towns and cities and countries for the thing he sought, but had happened upon naught thereof. Meanwhile the fifth servant journeyed till he came to the land of Syria, and entered Damascus, which he found a pleasant city and a secure, abounding in trees and rills, leas and fruiteries, and birds chanting the praises of Allah the One, the all-powerful of sway, creator of night and day. Here he tarried some time, asking for his master's desire, but none answered him. Wherefore he was on the point of departing thence to another place, when he met a young man running and stumbling over his skirts. So he asked of him, "Wherefore runnest thou in such eagerness, and whither dost thou press?" And he answered, "There is an elder here, a man of learning, who every day at this time taketh his seat on a stool, and relateth tales and stories and delectable anecdotes, whereof never heard any the like. And I am running to get a place near him, and I fear I shall find no room, because of the much folk." Quoth the Mameluke, "Take me with thee." And quoth the youth, "Make haste in thy walking." So he shut his door and hastened with him to the place of recitation, where he saw an old man of bright favour seated on a stool, holding forth to the folk. He sat down near him and addressed himself to hear his story, till the going down of the sun, when the old man made an end of his tale, and the people, having heard it all, dispersed from about him. Whereupon the Mameluke accosted him and saluted him, and he returned his salam and greeted him with the utmost worship and courtesy. Then said the messenger to him, "O my lord Shaykh, thou art a comely and reverend man, and thy discourse is goodly, but I would fain ask of thee somewhat." Replied the old man, "Ask of what thou wilt." Then said the Mameluke, "Hast thou heard the story of Sayf al-Muluk and Badi'a al-Jamal?" Rejoined the elder, "And who told thee of this story and informed thee thereof?" Answered the messenger, "None told me of it, but I am come from a far country in quest of this tale, and I will pay thee whatever thou askest for its price, if thou have it and wilt of thy bounty and charity impart it to me, and make it an alms to me, of the generosity of thy nature. For, had I my life in my hand and lavished it upon thee for this thing, yet were it pleasing to my heart." Replied the old man, "Be of good cheer and keep thine eye cool and clear. Thou shalt have it, but this is no story that one telleth in the beaten highway, nor do I give it to every one." Cried the other, "By Allah, O my lord, do not grudge it me, but ask of me what price thou wilt." And the old man, "If thou wish for the history, give me 100 dinars and thou shalt have it, but upon 5 conditions." Now when the Mameluke knew that the old man had the story and was willing to sell it to him, he joyed with exceeding joy and said, "I will give thee the 100 dinars by way of price and 10 to boot as a gratuity, and take it on the conditions of which thou speakest." Said the old man, "Then go and fetch the gold pieces and take that thou seekest." So the messenger kissed his hands and joyful and happy returned to his lodging, where he laid 110 dinars in a purse he had by him. As soon as morning morrowed, he donned his clothes and taking the dinars repaired to the story teller, whom he found seated at the door of his house. So he saluted him and the other returned his salam. Then he gave him the gold and the old man took it and carrying the messenger into his house, made him sit down in a convenient place, when he set before him ink case and reed pen and paper, and giving him a book, said to him, "Write out what thou seekest of the night story of Sayf al-Muluk from this book." Accordingly the Mameluke fell to work and wrote till he had made an end of his copy, when he read it to the old man and he corrected it and presently said to him, "Know, O my son, that my 5 conditions are as follows. Firstly, that thou tell not this story in the beaten high road, nor before women and slave girls, nor to black slaves, nor featherheads, nor again to boys, but read it only before kings and emirs and wazirs and men of learning, such as expounders of the Koran and others." Whereupon the messenger accepted the conditions and kissing the old man's hand, took leave of him and fared forth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 758th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Mameluke of Hasan the merchant had copied the tale out of the book belonging to the old man of Damascus, and had accepted his conditions and farewelled him, he fared forth on the same day, glad and joyful, and journeyed on diligently of the excess of his contentment, for that he had gotten the story of Sayf al-Muluk, till he came to his own country, when he dispatched his servant to bear the good news to his master and say to him, Thy Mameluke is come back in safety and hath won his will and his aim. Now of the term appointed between Hasan and the King there wanted but 10 days. Then, after taking rest in his own quarters, he himself went in to the merchant and told him all that had befallen him, and gave him the book containing the story of Sayf al-Muluk and Badi'a al-Jamal, when Hasan joyed with exceeding joy at the sight, and bestowed on him all the clothes he had on, and gave him 10 thoroughbred horses, and the like number of camels, and mules, and 3 negro chattels, and 2 white slaves. Then Hasan took the book and copied out the story plainly in his own hand, after which he presented himself before the King and said to him, O thou auspicious King, I have brought thee a night's story and a rarely pleasant relation, whose like none ever heard at all. When these words reached the King's ear, he sent forthright for all the Emirs, who were men of understanding, and all the learned doctors and folk of erudition and culture and poets and wits, and Hasan sat down and read the history before the King, who marvelled thereat and approved it, as did all who were present, and they showered gold and silver and jewels upon the merchant. Moreover, the King bestowed on him a costly robe of honour, the richest of his raiment, and gave him a great city with its castles and outliers. And he appointed him one of his chief wazirs and seated him on his right hand. Then he caused the scribes write the story in letters of gold and lay it up in his privy treasures, and whenever his breast was straitened, he would summon Hasan and he would read him the story, which was as follows. Story of Prince Sayf al-Muluk and the Princess Badi'a al-Jamal. There was once in days of old, and in ages and times long told, a king in Egypt named Asim bin Safwan, who was a liberal and beneficent sovereign, venerable and majestic. He owned many cities and sconces and fortresses and troops and warriors, and had a wazir named Faris ben Salih, and he and all his subjects worshipped the sun and the fire instead of the all-powerful sire, the glorious, the victorious. Now this king was become a very old man, weakened and wasted with age and sickness and decrepitude, for he had lived 180 years, and had no child, male or female, by reason whereof he was ever in cark and care from morning to night and from night to morn. It so happened that one day of these days he was sitting on the throne of his kingship with his Emirs and Wazirs and captains and grandees in attendance on him, according to their custom, in their several stations, and whenever there came in an Emir who had with him a son, or 2 sons, or haply 3, who stood at the sides of their sires, the King envied him and said in himself, Every one of these is happy and rejoiceth in his children, whilst I have no child, and tomorrow I die and leave my reign and throne in lands and hordes, and strangers will take them, and none will bear me in memory, nor will there remain any mention of me in the world. Then he became drowned in the sea of thought, and for the much thronging of griefs and anxieties upon his ear, like travellers faring for the well, he shed tears and descending from his throne, sat down upon the floor, weeping and humbling himself before the Lord. Now when the Wazir and notables of the realm and others who were present in the assembly saw him do thus with his royal person, they feared for their lives and let the pursuivants cry aloud to the lieges, saying, Hie ye to your homes and rest until the King recover from what aileth him. So they went away, leaving none in the presence save the minister who, as soon as the King came to himself, kissed ground between his hands and said, O King of the age and the time, wherefore this weeping and wailing? Tell me who hath transgressed against thee, of the kings or castellans or emirs or grandees, and inform me who hath thwarted thee, O my liege lord, that we may all fall on him and tear his soul from his two sides. But he spake not, neither raised his head. Whereupon the minister kissed ground before him a second time, and said to him, O master, I am even as thy son and thy slave. Nay, I have reared thee, yet know I not the cause of thy cark and chagrin, and of this thy case. And who should know but I, who should stand in my stead between thy hands? Tell me, therefore, why this weeping, and wherefore thine affliction? Nevertheless, the king neither opened his mouth nor raised his head, but ceased not to weep and cry with a loud crying, and lament with exceeding lamentation, and ejaculate, Alas! The Wazir took patience with him awhile, after which he said to him, Except thou tell me the cause of this thine affliction, I will set this sword to my heart, and will slay myself before thine eyes, rather than see thee thus distressed. Then King Asim raised his head, and wiping away his tears, said, O minister of good counsel and experience, leave me to my care and my chagrin, for that which is in my heart of sorrow sufficeth me. But Faris said, Tell me, O king, the cause of this thy weeping. Haply Allah will appoint thee relief at my hands. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 759th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir said to King Asim, Tell me the cause of this thy weeping. Haply Allah shall appoint thee relief at my hands. Replied the king, O Wazir, I weep not for monies, nor horses, nor kingdoms, nor aught else, but that I am become an old man, yea, very old, nigh upon 180 years of age, and I have not been blessed with a child, male or female. So when I die, they will bury me, and my trace will be effaced, and my name cut off. The stranger will take my throne and reign, and none will ever make mention of my being. Rejoined the minister Faris, O king of the age, I am older than thou by 100 years, yet I have never been blessed with boon of child, and cease not day and night from cark and care and concern. So how shall we do, I and thou? Quoth Asim, O Wazir, thou hast no device or shift in this matter? And quoth the minister, Know, O king, that I have heard of a sovereign in the land of Sabah, by name Solomon Davidson, upon the twain be the peace, who pretendeth to prophetship, and avoucheth that he hath a mighty Lord who can do all things, and whose kingdom is in the heavens, and who hath dominion over all mankind, and birds, and beasts, and over the wind and the jinn. Moreover, he kenneth the speech of birds, and the language of every other created thing, and withal he calleth all creatures to the worship of his Lord, and discourseth to them of their service. So let us send him a messenger in the king's name, and seek of him our need, beseeching him to put up prayer to his Lord, that he vouchsafe each of us boon of issue. If his faith be soothfast, and his Lord omnipotent, he will assuredly bless each of us with a child, male or female, and if the thing thus fall out, we will enter his faith and worship his Lord. Else we will take patience and devise us another device. The king cried, This is well seen, and my breast is broadened by this thy speech. But where shall we find a messenger befitting this grave matter? For that this Solomon is no kinglet, and the approaching him is no light affair. Indeed, I will send him none on the like of this matter, save thyself, for thou art ancient and versed in all manner affairs, and the like of thee is the like of myself. Wherefore I desire that thou weary thyself and journey to him, and occupy thyself sedulously with accomplishing this matter, so haply solace may be at thy hand. The minister said, I hear and I obey, but rise thou forthwith and seat thee upon the throne, so the emirs and lords of the realm and officers in the lieges may enter applying themselves to thy service, according to their custom. For they all went away from thee, troubled at heart on thine account. Then will I go out and set forth on the sovereign's errand. So the king arose forthright and sat down on the throne of his kingship, whilst the wazir went out and said to the chamberlain, Bid the folk proceed to their service as of their wont. Accordingly, the troops and captains and lords of the land entered, after they had spread the tables and ate and drank, and withdrew as was their wont, after which the wazir Faris went forth from King Asim, and repairing to his own house, equipped himself for travel, and returned to the king, who opened to him the treasuries, and provided him with rarities, and things of price, and rich stuffs and gear without compare, such as nor emir nor wazir hath power to possess. Moreover, King Hasim charged him to accost Solomon with reverence, foregoing him with the salam, but not exceeding in speech. And, continued he, then do thou ask of him thy need, and if he say 'tis granted, return to us in haste, for I shall be awaiting thee. Accordingly, the minister kissed hands and took the presents, and setting out fared on night and day, till he came within 15 days' journey of Sabah. Meanwhile, Allah, extolled and exalted be he, inspired Solomon the son of David, the peace be upon both, and said to him, O Solomon, the king of Egypt sendeth unto thee his chief wazir, with a present of rarities and such things of price. So do thou also dispatch thy counselor, Asaph bin Barkhaya, to meet him with honour and with victual at the halting places. And when he cometh to thy presence, say unto him, Verily thy king hath sent thee in quest of this and that, and thy business is thus and thus. Then do thou propound to him the saving faith. Whereupon Solomon bade his wazir make ready a company of his retainers, and go forth to meet the minister of Egypt with honour and sumptuous provision at the halting places. So Asaph made ready all that was needed for their entertainment, and setting out fared on till he fell in with Faris, and accosted him with a salam, honouring him and his company with exceeding honour. Moreover, he brought them provant and provender at the halting places, and said to them, Welcome and welcome, and fair welcome to the coming guests. Rejoice in the certain winning of your wish. Be your souls of good cheer, and your eyes cool and clear, and your breasts be broadened. Quoth Faris in himself, Who hath acquainted him with this? And he said to Asaph, O my lord, and who gave thee to know of us and our need? It was Solomon, son of David, on whom be the peace, told us of this. And who told our Lord Solomon? The Lord of the heaven and the earth told him, the God of all creatures. This is none other than a mighty God. And do ye not worship him? We worship the sun and prostrate ourselves thereto. O Wazir Faris, the sun is but a star of the stars created by Allah, extolled and exalted be he, and Allah forbid that it should be a lord, because whiles it riseth and whiles it setteth, but our Lord is ever present and never absent, and he over all things is omnipotent. Then they journeyed on a little while, till they came to the land Sabah, and drew near the throne of Solomon Davidson, upon the twain be peace, who commanded his hosts of men and jinn and others to form line on their road, so the beasts of the sea and the elephants and leopards and lynxes and all beasts of the land ranged himself in espalier on either side of the way, after their several kinds. And similarly the jinn drew out in 2 ranks, appearing all to mortal eyes without concealment, in divers forms grisly and gruesome. So they lined the road on either hand, and the birds bespread their wings over the host of creatures to shade them, warbling one to other in all manner of voices and tongues. Now when the people of Egypt came to this terrible array, they dreaded it, and durst not proceed. But Asaph said to them, Pass on amidst them, and walk forward, and fear them not, for they are slaves of Solomon, son of David, and none of them will harm you. So saying, he entered between the ranks, followed by all the folk, and amongst them the Wazir of Egypt and his company, fearful, And they ceased not faring forwards till they reached the city, where they lodged the embassy in the guest house, and for the space of 3 days entertained them sumptuously, entreating them with the utmost honour. Then they carried them before Solomon, prophet of Allah, on whom be the peace, and when entering they would have kissed the earth before him, but he forbade them, saying, It befitteth not a man to prostrate himself to earth, save before Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, creator of earth and heaven, and all other things. Wherefore, whosoever of you hath meant to sit, let him be seated in my service, or to stand, let him stand, but let none stand to do me worship. So they obeyed him, and the Wazir Faris and some of his intimates sat down, while certain of the lesser sort remained afoot to wait on him. When they had sat a while, the servants spread the tables, and they all, men and beasts, ate their sufficiency. Then Solomon bade Faris expound his errand, that it might be accomplished, saying, Speak and hide naught of that wherefore thou art come, for I know why ye come, and what is your errand which is thus and thus. The king of Egypt, who dispatched thee, a Simhite become a very old man, infirm, decrepit, and Allah, whose name be exalted, hath not blessed him with offspring, male or female. So he abode in cark and care and chagrin, from morn to night, and from night to morn. It so happened that one day of these days, as he sat upon the throne of his kingship with his emirs and wazirs and captains and grandees in attendance on him, he saw some of them with 2 sons, others with 1, and others even 3, who came with their sires to do him service. So he said in himself, of the excess of his sorrow, Who shall get my kingdom after my death? Will any save a stranger take it? And thus shall I pass out of being as though I had never been? On this account he became drowned in the sea of thought, until his eyes were flooded with tears, and he covered his face with his kerchief, and wept with sore weeping. Then he rose from off his throne and sat down upon the floor, wailing and lamenting, and none knew what was in his heart as he gravelled in the ground, save Allah Almighty. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 41. Section 42 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 42. When it was the 760th night, she resumed, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Solomon David's son, upon both of whom be peace, after disclosing to the Wazir Faris that which had passed between himself and his master, King Asim, said to him, Is this that I have told thee the truth, O Wazir? Replied Faris, O Prophet of Allah, this thou hast said is indeed sooth and verity. But when we discoursed of this matter, none was with the king and myself, nor were any aware of our case. Who then told thee of all these things? Answered Solomon, They were told to me by my Lord, who knoweth whatso is concealed from the eye, and what is hidden in the breasts. Quoth Faris, O Prophet of Allah, verily this is none other than a mighty Lord and an omnipotent God, and he Islamized with all his many. Then said Solomon to him, Thou hast with thee such and such presents and rarities. And Faris replied, Yes. The Prophet continued, I accept them all and give them in free gift unto thee. So do ye rest, thou and thy company, in the place where you have been lodging, until the fatigue of the journey shall cease from you. And tomorrow, Inshallah, thine errand shall be accomplished to the uttermost, if it be the will of Allah, the Most High, Lord of heaven and earth, and the light which followeth the gloom, creator of all creatures. So Faris returned to his quarters and passed the night in deep thought. But when the morning morrowed, he presented himself before the Lord Solomon, who said to him, When thou returnest to King Asim bin Safwan, and you twain are reunited, do ye both go forth some day, armed with bow, bolts, and brand, and fare to such a place where ye shall find a certain tree. Mount upon it and sit silent until the mid-hour between noon prayer and that of mid-afternoon, when the noontide heat hath cooled. Then descend and look at the foot of the tree, whence ye will see two serpents come forth, one with a head like an ape's, and the other with a head like an ifrit's. Shoot them ye twain with bolts, and kill them both, then cut off a span's length from their heads, and the like from their tails, and throw it away. The rest of the flesh cook and cook well, and give it to your wives to eat. Then lie with them that night, and, by Allah's leave, they shall conceive and bear male children. Moreover, he gave them a seal ring, a sword, and a wrapper containing 2 tunics embroidered with gold and jewels, saying, O Wazir Faris, when your sons grow up to a man's estate, give to each of them one of these tunics. Then said he, In the name of Allah, may the Almighty accomplish your desire. And now nothing remaineth for thee but to depart, relying on the blessing of the Lord, the Most High, for the king looketh for thy return night and day, and his eye is ever gazing on the road. So the Wazir advanced to the Prophet Solomon, son of David, upon both of whom be the peace, and farewelled him, and fared forth from him after kissing his hands. Rejoicing in the accomplishment of his errand, he travelled on with all diligence night and day, and ceased not wayfaring till he drew near to Cairo, when he dispatched one of his servants to acquaint King Asim with his approach and the successful issue of his journey. Which, when the king heard, he joyed with exceeding joy, he and his grandees and officers and troops, especially in the Wazir's safe return. When they met, the minister dismounted, and kissing ground before the king, gave him the glad news anent the winning of his wish in fullest fashion. After which he expounded the true faith to him, and the king and all his people embraced al-Islam with much joy and gladness. Then said Asim to his Wazir, Go home and rest this night and a week to boot, then go to the Hammam bath, and come to me, that I may inform thee of what we shall have to consider. So Faris kissed ground and withdrew with his suite, pages and eunuchs, to his house, where he rested 8 days, after which he repaired to the king and related to him all that had passed between Solomon and himself, adding, Do thou rise and go forth with me alone. Then the king and the minister took 2 bows and 2 bolts, and repairing to the tree indicated by Solomon, clomb up into it, and there sat in silence till the midday heat had passed away, and it was near upon the hour of mid-afternoon prayer, when they descended, and looking about them saw a serpent couple issue from the roots of the tree. The king gazed at them, marvelling to see them ringed with collars of gold about their necks, and said to Faris, O Wazir, verily these snakes have golden torques. By Allah, this is forsooth a rare thing. Let us catch them and set them in a cage and keep them to look upon. But the minister said, These hath Allah created for profitable use. So do thou shoot one, and I will shoot the other with these our shafts. Accordingly they shot at them with arrows and slew them, after which they cut off a span's length of their heads and tails and threw it away, when they carried the rest to the king's palace, where they called the kitchener, and giving him the flesh said, Dress this meat daintily with onion sauce and spices, and ladle it out into 2 saucers, and bring them hither at such an hour without delay. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 761st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king and the Wazir gave the serpent's flesh to the kitchener, saying, Cook it and ladle it out into 2 saucers, and bring them hither without delay. The cook took the meat and went with it to the kitchen, where he cooked it and dressed it in skilful fashion with a mighty fine onion sauce and hot spices, after which he ladled it out into 2 saucers and set them before the king and the Wazir, who took each a dish and gave their wives to eat of the meat. Then they went in that night unto them and knew them carnally, and by the good pleasure of Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and his all might and furtherance, they both conceived on one and the same night. The king abode 3 months, troubled in mind, and saying in himself, I wonder whether this thing will prove true or untrue, till one day, as the lady his queen was sitting, the child stirred in her womb, and she felt a pain, and her colour changed. So she knew that she was with child, and calling the chief of her eunuchs, gave him the command, Go to the king, wherever he may be, and congratulate him, saying, O king of the age, I bring thee the glad tidings that our lady's pregnancy is become manifest, for the child stirreth in her womb. So the eunuch went out in haste, rejoicing, and finding the king alone, with cheek on palm, pondering this thing, kissed ground between his hands, and acquainted him with his wife's pregnancy. When the king heard his words, he sprang to his feet, and in the excess of his joy he kissed the eunuch's hands and head, and doffing the clothes he had on, gave them to him. Moreover, he said to those who were present in his assembly, Whoso loveth me, let them bestow largesse upon this man. And they gave him of coin and jewels and jacinths and horses and mules and estates and gardens what was beyond counter calculation. At that moment in came the Wazir Faris and said to Asim, O my master, but now I was sitting alone at home and absorbed in thought, pondering the matter of the pregnancy, and saying to myself, Would I wot in this thing be true, and whether my wife Khatun have conceived or not? When behold, an eunuch came in to me and brought me the glad tidings that his lady was indeed pregnant, for that her colour was changed, and the child stirred in her womb. Whereupon, in my joy, I doffed all the clothes I had on and gave them to him, together with 1,000 dinars, and made him chief of the eunuchs. Rejoined the king, O minister, Allah, extolled and exalted be he, hath of his grace and bounty and goodness and beneficence made gift to us of the true faith, and brought us out of the night into light, and hath been bountiful to us of his favour and benevolence, wherefore I am minded to solace the folk, and cause them to rejoice. Quoth Faris, Do what thou wilt. And quoth the king, O Wazir, go down without stay or delay, and set free all who are in the prisons, both criminals and debtors, and whoso transgresseth after this we will requite as he deserveth, even to the striking off of his head. Moreover, we forgive the people 3 years' taxes, and do thou set up kitchens all around about the city walls, and bid the kitcheners hang over the fire all kinds of cooking pots, and cook all manner of meats, continuing their cooking night and day, and let all comers, both of our citizens and of the neighbouring countries, far and near, eat and drink and carry to their houses. And do thou command the people to make holiday, and decorate the city 7 days, and shut not the taverns, night nor day, and if thou delay, I will behead thee. So he did as the king bade him, and the folk decorated the city and citadel and bulwarks after the goodliest fashion, and, donning their richest attire, passed their time in feasting and sporting and making merry, till the days of the queen's pregnancy were accomplished, and she was taken one night with labour pains hard before dawn. Then the king bade summon all the ulema and astronomers, mathematicians and men of learning, astrologers, scientists, and scribes in the city, and they assembled and sat awaiting to the throwing of a bead into the cup, which was to be the signal to the astrophiles, as well as to the nurses and attendants, that the child was born. Presently, as they sat in expectation, the queen gave birth to a boy, like a slice of the moon when fullest, and the astrologers fell to calculating, and noted his star and nativity, and drew his horoscope. Then, on being summoned, they rose, and kissing the earth before the king, gave him the glad tidings, saying, In very sooth the newborn child is of happy augury, and born under an auspicious aspect. But, they added, in the first of his life there will befall him a thing which we fear to name before the king. Quoth Asim, Speak and fear not. So quoth they, O king, this boy will fare forth from this land and journey in strangerhood, and suffer shipwreck and hardship and imprisonment and distress, and indeed he hath before him the sorest of sufferings. But he shall free him of them in the end, and win to his wish, and live the happiest of lives the rest of his days, ruling over subjects with a strong hand, and having dominion in the land, despite enemies and enviers. Now when the king heard the astrologer's words, he said, The matter is a mystery, but all that Allah Almighty hath written for the creature of good and bad cometh to pass, and needs must betide him from this day to that 1,000 solaces. So he paid no heed to their words or attention to their speeches, but bestowed on them robes of honor, as well upon all who were present, and dismissed them. When, behold, in came Faris the Wazir, and kissed the earth before the king in huge joy, saying, Good tidings, O king, my wife hath but now given birth to a son, as he were a slice of the moon. Replied Asim, O Wazir, go, bring thy wife and child hither, that she may abide with my wife in my palace, and they shall bring up the 2 boys together. So Faris fetched his wife and son, and they committed the 2 children to the nurses wet and dry. And after 7 days had passed over them, they brought them before the king, and said to him, What wilt thou name the twain? Quoth he, Do ye name them? But quoth they, None nameth the son save his sire. So he said, Name my son Saif al-Muluk, after my grandfather, and the minister's son Said. Then he bestowed robes of honor on the nurses wet and dry, and said to them, Be ye ruthful over them, and rear them after the goodliest fashion. So they brought up the 2 boys diligently until they reached the age of 5, when the king committed them to a doctor of sciences, who taught them to read the Koran and write. When they were 10 years old, King Asim gave them in charge to masters, who instructed them in cavalarice, and shooting with shafts, and lunging with lance, and play of polo, and the like, till, by the time they were 15 years old, they were clever in all manner of martial exercises. Nor was there one to view with them in horsemanship, for each of them would do battle with 1,000 men, and make head against them single-handed. So when they came to years of discretion, when King Asim looked upon them, he joyed in them with exceeding joy. And when they attained their 25th year, he took Faris his minister apart one day, and said to him, O Wazir, I am minded to consult with thee concerning a thing I desire to do. Replied he, Whatever thou hast a mind to do, do it, for thy judgment is blessed. Quoth the king, O Wazir, I am become a very old and decrepit man, sore stricken in years, and I desire to take up my abode in an oratory, that I may worship Allah Almighty, and give my kingdom and sultanate to my son, Saif al-Muluk, for that he is grown a goodly youth, perfect in knightly exercises and intellectual attainments, polite letters, and gravity, dignity, and the art of government. What sayest thou, O minister, of this project? And quoth the counsellor, Right indeed is thy rede. The idea is blessed and fortunate, and if thou do this, I will do the like, and my son Said shall be the prince's wazir, for he is a comely young man and complete in knowledge and judgment. Thus will the 2 youths be together, and we will order their affair, and neglect not their case, but guide them to goodness, and in the way that is straight. Quoth the king, Write letters and send them by couriers to all the countries and cities and sconces and fortresses that be under our hands, bidding their chiefs be present on such a day at the horse course of the Elephant. So the Wazir went out without stay or delay, and dispatched letters of this purport to all the deputies and governors of fortresses and others under King Asim. And he commanded also that all in the city should be present, far and near, high and low. When the appointed time drew nigh, King Asim bade the tent pitchers plant pavilions in the midst of the Champ de Mars, and decorate them after the most sumptuous fashion, and set up the great throne whereon he sat not but on festivals. And they at once did his bidding. Then he and all his nabobs and chamberlains and emirs sallied forth, and he commanded proclamation be made to the people, saying, In the name of Allah, come forth to the Maidan. So all the emirs and wazirs and governors of provinces and feudatories came forth to the place of assembly, and, entering the royal pavilion, addressed themselves to the service of the king, as was their wont, and abode in their several stations, some sitting and others standing, till all the people were gathered together, when the king bade spread the tables, and they ate and drank and prayed for him. Then he commanded the chamberlains to proclaim to the people that they should not depart. So they made proclamation to them, saying, Let none of you fare hence till he have heard the king's words. So they withdrew the curtains of the royal pavilion, and the king said, Whoso loveth me, let him remain till he have heard my speech. Whereupon all the folk sat down in mind tranquil, after they had been fearful, saying, Wherefore have we been summoned by the king? Then the sovereign rose to his feet, and making them swear that none would stir from his stead, said to them, O ye emirs and wazirs and the lords of the land, the great and the small of you, and all ye who are present of the people, say me, wot ye not, that this kingdom was an inheritance to me from my father and forefathers? Answered they, Yes, O king, we all know that. And he continued, I and you, we all worship the sun and moon, till Allah, extolled and exalted be he, vouchsafed us the knowledge of the true faith, and brought us out of darkness into light, and directed us to the religion of Al-Islam. Know that I have become a very old man, feeble and decrepit, and I desire to take up my abode in a hermitage, there to worship Allah Almighty, and crave his pardon for past offences, and make this my son Saif al-Muluk ruler. Ye know full well that he is a comely youth, eloquent, liberal, learned, versed in affairs, intelligent, equitable, wherefore I am minded presently to resign to him my realm, and to make him ruler over you, and seat him as sultan in my stead, whilst I give myself to solitude and to the worship of Allah in an oratory, and my son and heir shall judge between you. What ye say then, all of you? Thereupon they all rose, and kissing ground before him, made answer with, Hearing and obedience, saying, O our king and our defender, and thou shouldst set over us one of thy blackamoor slaves, we would obey him and hearken to thy word, and accept thy command. How much more then with thy son, Saif al-Muluk? Indeed, we accept of him and approve him on our eyes and heads. So King Asim bin Safwan arose and came down from his seat, and seating his son on the great throne, took the crown from his own head and set it on the head of Saif al-Muluk, and girt his middle with the royal girdle. Then he sat down beside his son on the throne of his kingship, whilst the emirs and wazirs and lords of the land and all the rest of the folk rose and kissed ground before him, saying, Indeed, he is worthy of the kingship, and hath better right to it than any other. Then the chamberlains made proclamation, crying, Aman, Aman, safety, safety, and offered up prayers for his victory and prosperity. And Saif al-Muluk scattered gold and silver on the heads of the lieges, one and all, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 762nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Asim seated his son Saif al-Muluk upon the throne, and all the people prayed for his victory and prosperity, the youth scattered gold and silver on the heads of the lieges, one and all, and conferred robes of honor and gave gifts in largesse. Then, after a moment, the Wazir Faris arose and kissing ground said, O emirs, O grandees, ye ken that I am wazir, and that my wazirate dateth from old, before the ascension of King Asim bin Safwan, who hath now divested himself of the kingship, and made his son king in his stead? Answered they, Yes, we know that thy wazirate is from sire after grandsire. He continued, And now in my turn I divest myself of office, and invest this my son Said, for he is intelligent, quick-witted, sagacious. What say ye all? And they replied, None is worthy to be wazir to King Saif al-Muluk but thy son Said, and they benefit each other. With this Faris arose, and taking off his wazirial turban, set it on his son's head, and eke laid his inkcase of office before him, whilst the chamberlains and the emirs said, "Indeed, he is deserving of the wazirship." And the heralds cried aloud, "Mubarak, Mubarak, Felix sit et Faustus." After this, King Asim and Faris the minister arose, and opening the royal treasuries, conferred magnificent robes of honor on all the viceroys and emirs and wazirs and lords of the land and other folk, and gave salaries and benefactions, and wrote them new mandates and diplomas with the signatures of King Sayf al-Muluk and his wazir Said. Moreover, he made distribution of money to the men-at-arms, and gave guerdons, and the provincials abode in the city a full week ere they departed each to his own country and place. Then King Asim carried his son and his wazir Said back to the palace, which was in the city, and bade the treasurer bring the seal ring and signet, sword and wrapper, which being done, he said to the two young men, "O my sons, come hither, and let each of you choose two of these things, and take them." The first to make choice was Sayf al-Muluk, who put out his hand and took the ring and the wrapper, while Said took the sword and the signet. After which they both kissed the king's hands and went away to their lodging. Now Sayf al-Muluk opened not the wrapper to see what was therein, but threw it on the couch where he and Said slept by night, for it was their habit to lie together. Presently they spread them the bed, and the two lay down with a pair of wax candles burning over them, and slept till midnight, when Sayf al-Muluk awoke, and seeing the bundle at his head, said in his mind, "I wonder what thing of price is in this wrapper my father gave me." So he took it together with a candle, and descended from the couch, leaving Said sleeping, and carried the bundle into a closet, where he opened it, and found within a tunic of the fabric of the Jann. He spread it out, and saw on the lining of the back the portraiture wroughten in gold of a girl, and marvellous was her loveliness. And no sooner had he set eyes on the figure than his reason fled his head, and he became Jinn-mad for love thereof, so that he fell down in a swoon, and presently recovering, began to weep and lament, beating his face and breast, and kissing her. Then he recited these verses: "Love at the first is a spurt of spray, which doom disposes and fates display, till when deep diveth youth in passion's sea, unbearable sorrows his soul waylay." And also these two couplets: "Had I known of love in what fashion he robbeth heart and soul, I had guarded me, but of malice prepense I threw self away, unwitting of love what his nature be." And Sayf al-Muluk ceased not to weep and wail and beat face and breast, till Said awoke, and missing him from the bed, and seeing but a single candle, said to himself, "Whither is Sayf al-Muluk gone?" Then he took the other candle, and went round about the palace till he came upon the closet, where he saw the prince lying at full length, weeping with sore weeping and lamenting aloud. So he said to him, "O my brother, for what cause are these tears, and what hath befallen thee? Speak to me, and tell me the reason thereof." But Sayf al-Muluk spoke not, neither raised his head, and continued to weep and wail and beat hand on breast. Seeing him in this case, quoth Said, "I am thy wazir and thy brother, and we were reared together, I and thou. So, an thou do not unburden thy breast and discover thy secret to me, to whom shalt thou reveal it and disclose its cause?" And he went on to humble himself and kiss the ground before him a full hour, whilst Sayf al-Muluk paid no heed to him, nor answered him a word, but gave not over to weeping. At last, being affrighted at his case, and weary of striving with him, he went out and fetched a sword, with which he returned to the closet, and setting the point to his own breast, said to the prince, "Rouse thee, O my brother, and thou tell me not what aileth thee. I will slay myself, and see thee no longer in this case." Whereupon Sayf al-Muluk raised his head towards the wazir, and answered him, "O my brother, I am ashamed to tell thee what hath betided me." But Said said, "I conjure thee by Allah, Lord of lords, liberator of necks, causer of causes, the One, the ruthful, the giftful, the bountiful, that thou tell me what aileth thee, and be not abashed at me. For I am thy slave, and thy minister and counselor in all thine affairs. Quoth Sayf al-Muluk, Come and look at this likeness. So Said looked at it awhile, and considering it straitly, behold, he saw written as a crown over its head in letters of pearl these words, This is the counterfeit presentment of Badial Jamal, daughter of Shahyal bin Shahrukh, a king of the kings of the true-believing Jann, who have taken up their abode in the city of Babel and sojourn in the garden of Iram, son of Ad the Greater. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 42. Section 43 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton, Section 43. When it was the 763rd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Said, son of the Wazir Faraz, had read to Sayf al-Muluk, son of King Asim, the writ on the tunic which showed the portraiture of Badi'a al-Jamal, daughter of Shahyal bin Shahrukh, a king of the kings of the Moslem jinns, dwelling in Babel city, and in the garden of Iram, son of Ad the Greater, he cried, O my brother, knowest thou of what woman this is the presentment, that we may seek for her? Sayf al-Muluk replied, No, by Allah, O my brother, I know her not. And Said rejoined, Come, read this writing on the crown. So Sayf al-Muluk read it, and cried out from his heart's core and very vitals, saying, Alas! 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 Quoth Said, O my brother, an original of the portrait exists, and her name be Badi'a al-Jamal, and she abide in the world. I will hasten to seek her, that thou mayest win thy will without delay. But, Allah upon thee, O my brother, leave this weeping and ascend thy throne, that the officers of the state may come in to do their service to thee, and in the undurn do thou summon the merchants and fakirs and travellers and pilgrims and paupers, and ask of them concerning this city and the garden of Iram. Haply, by the help and blessing of Allah, extolled and exalted be He, some one of them shall direct us thither. So, when it was day, Sayf al-Muluk went forth and mounted the throne, clasping the tunic in his arms, for he could neither stand nor sit without it, nor would sleep visit him, save it were with him. And the emirs and wazirs and lords and officers came in to him. When the divan was complete, all being assembled in their places, he said to his minister, Go forth to them and tell them that the king hath been suddenly struck by sickness, and he, by Allah, hath passed the night in ill case. So Said fared forth and told the folk what he said, which when old King Asim heard, he was concerned for his son, and summoning the physicians and astrologers, carried them in to Sayf al-Muluk. They looked at him and prescribed him tisanes and diet drinks, simples, and medicinal waters, and wrote him caracks and incensed him with nod and aloes wood and ambergris 3 days' space. But his malady persisted 3 months, till King Asim was wroth with the leeches, and said to them, Woe to you, O dogs! What? Are all of you impotent to cure my son? Except ye heal him forthright, I will put the whole of you to death. The archiater replied, O King of the age, in very sooth we know that this is thy son, and thou wottest that we fail not of diligence in tending a stranger, so how much more with medicining thy son? But thy son is afflicted with a malady hard to heal, which, if thou desire to know, we will discover it to thee. Quoth Asim, What then find ye to be the malady of my son? And quoth the leech, O King of the age, thy son is in love, and he loveth one to whose enjoyment he hath no way of access. At this the king was wroth, and asked, How know ye that my son is in love, and how came love to him? They answered, Enquire of his wazir and brother Said, for he knoweth his case. The king rose and repaired to his private closet, and summoning Said, said to him, Tell me the truth of thy brother's malady. But Said replied, I know it not. So King Asim said to the sworder, Take Said and bind his eyes and strike his neck. Whereupon Said feared for himself and cried, O King of the age, grant me immunity. Replied the king, Speak, and thou shalt have it. Thy son is in love. With whom is he in love? With the king's daughter of the Jann. And where could he have spied a daughter of the Jinns? Her portrait is wrought on the tunic that was in the bundle given thee by Solomon, prophet of Allah. When the king heard this, he arose, and going into Sayf al-Muluk, said to him, O my son, what hath afflicted thee? What is this portrait whereof thou art enamoured? And why didst thou not tell me? He replied, O my sire, I was ashamed to name this to thee, and could not bring myself to discover aught thereof to any one at all. But now thou knowest my case. Look how thou mayest do to cure me. Rejoined his father, What is to be done? For this one of the daughters of men we might devise a device for coming at her. But she is a king's daughter of the Jinns, and who can woo and win her, save it be Solomon Davidson, and hardly he. However, O my son, do thou arise forthright, and hearten thy heart, and take horse, and ride out a hunting, or to weapon play in the Maidan. Divert thyself with eating and drinking, and put away cark and care from thy heart, and I will bring thee 100 maids of the daughters of kings, for thou hast no need to the daughters of the Jann, over whom we lack control, and of kind other than ours. But he said, I cannot renounce her, nor will I seek other than her. As King Asim, How then shall we do, O my son? And Sayf al-Muluk answered, Bring us all the merchants and travellers and wanderers in the city, that we may question them thereof. Peradventure Allah will lead us to the city of Babel and to the garden of Iram. So King Asim bade summon all the merchants in the city, and strangers and sea captains, and as each came, inquired of him anent the city of Babel and its peninsula, and the garden of Iram. But none of them knew these places, nor could any give him tidings thereof. However, when the seance broke up, one of them said, O King of the age, and thou be minded to ken this thing, up and hie thee to the land of China, for it hath a vast city and a safe, wherein are store of rarities and things of price, and folk of all kinds, and thou shalt not come to the knowledge of this city and garden, but from its folk. It may be one of them will direct thee to that thou seekest. Whereupon quoth Sayf al-Muluk, O my sire, equip me a ship that I may fare to the China land, and do thou rule the reign in my stead. Replied the old king, O my son, abide thou on the throne of thy kingship, and govern thy commons, and I myself will make the voyage to China, and ask for thee of the city of Babel and the garden of Iram. But Sayf al-Muluk rejoined, O my sire, in very sooth this affair concerneth me, and none can search after it like myself. So, come what will, and thou give me leave to make the voyage, I will depart and wander a while. If I find trace or tidings of her, my wish will be won, and if not, belike the voyage will broaden my breast and recruit my courage. And haply by foreign travel my case will be made easy to me, and if I live, I shall return to thee safe and sound. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 764th night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sayf al-Muluk said to his sire King Asim, Equip me a ship that I may fare therein to the China land, and search for the object of my desire. If I live, I shall return to thee safe and sound." The old king looked at his son and saw nothing for it but to do what he desired. So he gave him the leave he wanted and fitted him 40 ships, manned with 20,000 armed Mamelukes, besides servants, and presented him with great plenty of money and necessaries, and warlike gear, as much as he required. When the ships were laden with water and victual, weapons and troops, Saif al-Muluk's father and mother farewelled him, and King Asim said, "Depart, O my son, and travel in weal and health and safety. I commend thee to him with whom deposits are not lost." So the prince bade adieu to his parents and embarked with his brother Said, and they weighed anchor and sailed till they came to the city of China. When the Chinamen heard of the coming of 40 ships, full of armed men and stores, weapons, and hoards, they made sure that these were enemies come to battle with them and siege them. So they bolted the gates of the town and made ready the mangonels. But Saif al-Muluk, hearing of this, sent 2 of his chief Mamelukes to the king of China, bidding them say to him, "This is Saif al-Muluk, son of King Asim of Egypt, who is come to thy city as a guest, to divert himself by viewing thy country a while, and not for conquest or contention. Wherefore, an thou wilt receive him, he will come ashore to thee, and if not, he will return and will not disquiet thee, nor the people of thy capital." They presented themselves at the city gates and said, "We are messengers from King Saif al-Muluk." Whereupon the townsfolk opened the gates and carried them to their king, whose name was Faghfur Shah, and between whom and King Asim there had erst been acquaintance. So when he heard that the newcomer prince was the son of King Asim, he bestowed robes of honor on the messengers and, bidding open the gates, made ready guest gifts and went forth in person with the chief officers of his realm to meet Saif al-Muluk, and the 2 kings embraced. Then Faghfur said to his guest, "Welcome and welcome, and fair cheer to him who cometh to us. I am thy slave and the slave of thy sire. My city is between thy hands to command, and whatso thou seekest shall be brought before thee." Then he presented him with the guest gifts and victual for the folk at their stations, and they took horse with the Wazir Said and the chiefs of their officers and the rest of their troops, and rode from the seashore to the city, which they entered with cymbals clashing and drums beating in token of rejoicing. There they abode in the enjoyment of fair entertainment for 40 days, at the end of which quoth the king of China to Saif al-Muluk, "O son of my brother, how is thy case? Doth my country please thee?" And quoth Saif al-Muluk, "May Allah Almighty long honour it with thee, O king." Said Faghfur, "Naught hath brought thee hither save some need which hath occurred to thee, and whatso thou desirest of my country, I will accomplish it to thee." Replied Saif al-Muluk, "O king, my case is a wondrous," and told him how he had fallen in love with the portrait of Badi'a al-Jamal, then wept bitter tears. When the king of China heard his story, he wept for pity and solicitude for him, and cried, "And what wouldst thou have now, O Saif al-Muluk?" And he rejoined, "I would have thee bring me all the wanderers and travellers, the seafarers and sea captains, that I may question them of the original of this portrait. Perhaps one of them may give me tidings of her." So Faghfur Shah set out his nabobs and chamberlains and bodyguards to fetch all the wanderers and travellers in the land, and they brought them before the 2 kings, and they were a numerous company. Then Saif al-Muluk questioned them of the city of Babel and the garden of Iram, but none of them returned him a reply, whereupon he was bewildered and wist not what to do. But one of the sea captains said to him, "O auspicious king, an thou wouldst know of this city and that garden, up and hie thee to the islands of the Indian realm." Thereupon Saif al-Muluk bade bring the ships, which being done, they freighted them with vivers and water and all that they needed, and the prince and his wazir re-embarked with all their men, after they had farewelled King Faghfur Shah. They sailed the seas 4 months with a fair wind, in safety and satisfaction, till it chanced that one day of the days there came upon them a wind, and the billows buffeted them from all quarters. The rain and hail descended on them, and during 20 days the sea was troubled for the violence of the wind. Wherefore the ships drave one against other and brake up, as did the carracks, and all on board were drowned, except Saif al-Muluk and some of his servants, who saved themselves in a little cockboat. Then the wind fell by the decree of Allah Almighty, and the sun shone out, whereupon Saif al-Muluk opened his eyes, and seeing no sign of the ships, nor aught but sky and sea, said to the Mamelukes who were with him, "Where are the carracks and cockboats, and where is my brother Sa'id?" They replied, "O King of the Age, there remain nor ships, nor boats, nor those who were therein, for they are all drowned and become food for fishes." Now when he heard this, he cried aloud, and repeated the saying which whoso saith shall not be confounded, and it is, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great." Then he fell to buffeting his face, and would have cast himself into the sea, but his Mamelukes withheld him, saying, "O King, what will this profit thee? Thou hast brought all this on thyself, for, hadst thou hearkened to thy father's words, naught thereof had betided thee. But this was written from all eternity by the will of the Creator of souls." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 765th night, she resumed, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Saif al-Muluk would have cast himself into the main, his Mamelukes withheld him, saying, 'What will this profit thee? Thou hast done this deed by thyself, yet was it written from all eternity by the will of the Creator of souls, that the creature might accomplish that which Allah hath decreed unto him. And indeed, at the time of thy birth, the astrologers assured thy sire that all manner trouble should befall thee. So there is naught for it but patience, till Allah deliver us from this our strait." Replied the Prince, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. Neither is there refuge nor fleeing from that which He decreeth." And he sighed and recited these couplets. "By the Compassionate, I'm dazed about my case, for lo, troubles and griefs beset me sore, I know not whence they grow. I will be patient, so the folk that I against a thing bitterer than very aloe's self endured have may know. Less bitter than my patience is the taste of aloe's juice. I've borne with patience what's more hot than coals with fire aglow. In this my trouble what resource have I, save to commit my case to Him who orders all that is, for weal or woe." Then he became drowned in the depth of thoughts, and his tears ran down upon his cheeks like torrent rain. And he slept a while of the day, after which he awoke and sought of food somewhat. So they set meat before him, and he ate his sufficiency, till they removed the food from before him. Whilst the boat drove on with them, they knew not whither it was wandering. It drifted with them at the will of the winds and the waves, night and day a great while, till their victual was spent, and they saw themselves shent and were reduced to extreme hunger and thirst and exhaustion, when behold, suddenly they sighted an island from afar, and the breezes wafted them on till they came thither. Then, making the cockboat fast to the coast, and leaving one therein to guard it, they fared on into the island, where they found abundance of fruits of all colours, and ate of them till they were satisfied. Presently they saw a person sitting among those trees, and he was long-faced, of strange favour and white of beard and body. He called to one of the Mamelukes by his name, saying, "Eat not of these fruits, for they are unripe, but come hither to me, that I may give thee to eat of the best and the ripest." The slave looked at him and thought that he was one of the shipwrecked, who had made his way to that island. So he joyed with exceeding joy at the sight of him, and went close up to him, knowing not what was decreed to him in the secret purpose, nor what was writ upon his brow. But when he drew near, The stranger in human shape leapt upon him, for he was a Marid, and riding upon his shoulder blades and twisting one of his legs about his neck, let the other hang down upon his back, saying, "Walk on, fellow, for there is no escape for thee from me, and thou art become mine ass." Thereupon the Mameluke fell a weeping and cried out to his comrades, "Alas, my lord, flee ye forth of this wood and save yourselves, for one of the dwellers therein hath mounted on my shoulders, and the rest seek you, desiring to ride you like me." When they heard these words, they all fled down to the boat and pushed off to sea, whilst the islanders followed them into the water, saying, "Whither wend ye? Come tarry with us, and we will mount on your backs, and give you meat and drink, and you shall be our donkeys." Hearing this, they hastened the more seawards, till they left them in the distance, and fared on, trusting in Allah Almighty. Nor did they leave faring for a month, till another island rose before them, and thereon they landed. Here they found fruits of various kinds, and busied themselves with eating of them, when behold, they saw from afar, somewhat lying in the road, a hideous creature, as it were a column of silver. So they went up to it, and one of the men gave it a kick, when lo, it was a thing of human semblance, long of eyes and cloven of head, and hidden under one of his ears. For he was wont, whenas he lay down to sleep, to spread one ear under his head, and cover his face with the other ear. He snatched up the Mameluke who had kicked him, and carried him off into the middle of the island, and behold, it was all full of ghouls who eat the sons of Adam. The man cried out to his fellows, "Save yourselves, for this is the island of the man-eating ghouls, and they mean to tear me to bits and devour me." When they heard these words, they fled back to the boat, without gathering any store of the fruits, and putting out to sea, fared on some days, till it so happened that they came to another island, where they found a high mountain. So they climbed to the top, and there saw a thick copse. Now they were sore and hungered, so they took to eating of the fruits. But before they were aware, there came upon them from among the trees black men of terrible aspect, each 50 cubits high, with eye teeth protruding from their mouths like elephants' tusks, and laying hands on Sayf al-Muluk and his company, carried them to their king, whom they found seated on a piece of black felt laid on a rock, and about him a great company of Zanzibar blacks, standing in his service. The blackamoors who had captured the prince and his Mamelukes set them before the king, and said to him, "We found these birds among the trees." And the king was sharp set, so he took 2 of the servants and cut their throats and ate them. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 43.
Section 44 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 44. When it was the 766th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Zanzibar blacks took Sayf al-Muluk and his Mamelukes and set them before the king, saying, 'O king, we came upon these birds among the trees.' Thereupon the king seized 2 of the Mamelukes and cut their throats and ate them, which when Sayf al-Muluk saw, he feared for himself and wept and repeated these verses. Familiar with my heart are woes, and with them I, who shun them, for familiar are great hearts and high. The woes I suffer are not all of single kind. I have, thank Allah, varied thousands to abide." Then he sighed and repeated these also. "The world hath shot me with its sorrows till my heart is covered with shafts galore. And now, when strike me other shafts must break against the old points, the points that laid us poor." When the king heard his weeping and wailing, he said, Verily, these birds have sweet voices, and their song pleaseth me. Put them in cages." So they set them each in his own cage and hung them up at the king's head, that he might listen to their warbling. On this wise Sayf al-Muluk and his Mamelukes abode, and the blackamoors gave them to eat and drink, and now they wept and now laughed, now spake and now were hushed, whilst the King of the blacks delighted in the sound of their voices, and so they continued for a long time. Now this king had a daughter married in another island, who, hearing that her father had birds with sweet voices, sent a messenger to him, seeking of him some of them. So he sent her by her Qasid, Sayf al-Muluk and 3 of his men in 4 cages, and when she saw them they pleased her, and she bade hang them up in a place over her head. The Prince fell to marvelling at that which had befallen him and calling to mind his former high and honourable estate, and weeping for himself, and the 3 servants wept for themselves, and the King's daughter deemed that they sang. Now it was her wont, whenever any one from the land of Egypt or elsewhere fell into her hands and he pleased her, to advance him to great favour with her. And by the decree of Allah Almighty it befell that, when she saw Sayf al-Muluk, she was charmed by his beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, and she commanded to entreat him and his companions with honour, and to loose them from their cages. Now one day she took the Prince apart and would have him enjoy her, but he refused, saying, "O my lady, I am a banished wight, and with passion for a beloved one in piteous plight, nor with other will I consent to love delight." Then she coaxed him and importuned him, but he held aloof from her, and she could not approach him nor get her desire of him by any ways and means. At last, when she was weary of courting him in vain, she waxed wroth with him and his Mamelukes, and commanded that they should serve her and fetch her wood and water. In such condition they abode 4 years, till Sayf al-Muluk became weary of his life and sent to intercede with the Princess, so haply she might release them and let them wend their ways and be at rest from that their hard labour. So she sent for him and said to him, "If thou wilt do my desire, I will free thee from this thy durance vile, and thou shalt go to thy country safe and sound." And she wept and ceased not to humble herself to him and wheedle him, but he would not hearken to her words. Whereupon she turned from him in anger, and he and his companions abode on the island in the same plight. The islanders knew them for the Princess's birds, and durst not work them any wrong, and her heart was at ease concerning them, being assured that they could not escape from the island. So they used to absent themselves from her 2 and 3 days at a time, and go round about the desert parts in all directions, gathering firewood, which they brought to the Princess's kitchen, and thus they abode 5 years. Now one day it so chanced that the Prince and his men were sitting on the seashore, devising of what had befallen, and Sayf al-Muluk, seeing himself and his men in such case, bethought him of his mother and father and his brother Sa'id, and calling to mind what high degree he had been in, fell a weeping and lamenting passing sore, whilst his slaves wept likewise. Then said they to him, "O King of the age, how long shall we weep? Weeping availeth not, for this thing was written on our brows by the ordinance of Allah, to whom belong might and majesty. Indeed, the pen runneth with that He decreeth, and naught will serve us but patience. Haply Allah, extolled and exalted be He, who hath saddened us shall gladden us." Quoth he, "O my brothers, how shall we win free from this accursed woman? I see no way of escape for us, save Allah of His grace deliver us from her. But methinks we may flee and be at rest from this hard labour." And quoth they, "O King of the age, whither shall we flee? For the whole island is full of Ghuls, which devour the sons of Adam, and whithersoever we go, they will find us there and either eat us or capture and carry us back to that accursed, the King's daughter, who will be wroth with us." Sayf al-Muluk rejoined, I will contrive you somewhat, whereby peradventure Allah Almighty shall deliver us and help us to escape from this island." They asked, "And how wilt thou do?" And he answered, "Let us cut some of these long pieces of wood and twist ropes of their bark and bind them one with another and make of them a raft which we will launch and load with these fruits. Then we will fashion us paddles and embark on the raft after breaking our bonds with the axe. It may be that Almighty Allah will make it the means of our deliverance from this accursed woman and vouchsafe us a fair wind to bring us to the land of Hind, for He over all things is Almighty." Said they, "Right is thy rede," and rejoiced thereat with exceeding joy. So they arose without stay or delay and cut with their axes wood for the raft and twisted ropes to bind the logs, and at this they worked a whole month. Every day about evening they gathered somewhat of fuel and bore it to the Princess's kitchen, and employed the rest of the 24 hours working at the raft.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 767th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sayf al-Muluk and his Mamelukes, having cut the wood and twisted the ropes for their raft, made an end of it and launched it upon the sea. Then, after breaking their bonds with the axe and loading the craft with fruits plucked from the island trees, they embarked at close of day, nor did any wot of their intent. They put out to sea in their raft and paddled on 4 months, knowing not whither the craft carried them, till their provant failed them and they were suffering the severest extreme of hunger and thirst, when behold, the sea waxed troubled and foamed and rose in high waves, and there came forth upon them a frightful crocodile, which put out its claws and catching up one of the Mamelukes swallowed him. At the sight of this horror, Sayf al-Muluk wept bitterly, and he and the 2 men that remained to him pushed off from the place where they had seen the crocodile, sore affrighted. After this they continued drifting on till one day they espied a mountain, terrible tall and spiring high in air, whereat they rejoiced, when presently an island appeared. They made towards it with all their might, congratulating one another on the prospect of making land. But hardly had they sighted the island on which was the mountain, when the sea changed face and boiled and rose in big waves, and a second crocodile raised its head and putting out its claw caught up the 2 remaining Mamelukes and swallowed them. So Sayf al-Muluk abode alone and making his way to the island, toiled till he reached the mountain top, where he looked about and found a copse, and walking among the trees fell to eating of the fruits. Presently he saw among the branches more than 20 great apes, each bigger than a he-mule, whereat he was seized with exceeding fear. The apes came down and surrounded him, then forewent him, signing to him to follow them, and walked on, and he too, till he came to a castle, tall of base and strong of build, whose ordinance was 1 brick of gold and 1 of silver. The apes entered and he after them, and he saw in the castle all manner of rarities, jewels and precious metals, such as tongue faileth to describe. Here also he found a young man, passing tall of stature, with no hair on his cheeks, and Sayf al-Muluk was cheered by the sight, for there was no human being but he in the castle. The stranger marvelled exceedingly at sight of the prince and asked him, "What is thy name and of what land art thou, and how camest thou hither? Tell me thy tale and hide from me naught thereof." Answered the prince, "By Allah, I came not hither of my own consent, nor is this place of my intent, yet I cannot but go from place to place till I win my wish." Quoth the youth, "And what is thy object?" And quoth the other, "I am of the land of Egypt, and my name is Sayf al-Muluk, son of King Asim bin Safwan," and told him all that had passed with him from first to last. Whereupon the youth arose and stood in his service, saying, O King of the age, I was erst in Egypt, and heard that thou hadst gone to the land of China. But where is this land, and where lies China land? Verily, this is a wondrous thing and marvellous matter. Answered the Prince, Sooth thou speakest, but when I left China land, I set out, intending for the land of Hind, and a stormy wind arose, and the sea boiled and broke all my ships. Brief he told him all that had befallen him till he came thither. Whereupon quoth the other, O King's son, thou hast had enough of strangerhood and its sufferings. Alhamdolillah, praised be Allah who hath brought thee hither. So now do thou abide with me, that I may enjoy thy company till I die, when thou shalt become king over this land, to which no bound is known. And these apes thou seest are indeed skilled in all manner of crafts, and whatso thou seekest here shalt thou find. Replied Sayf al-Muluk, O my brother, I may not tarry in any place till my wish be won, albeit I compass the whole world in pursuit thereof and make quest of every one, so peradventure Allah may bring me to my desire, or my course lead me to the place wherein is the appointed term of my days, and I shall die my death. Then the youth turned with a sign to one of the apes, and he went out and was absent awhile, after which he returned with other apes girt with silken zones. They brought the trays and set on near 100 chargers of gold and saucers of silver, containing all manner of meats. Then they stood after the manner of servants between the hands of kings, till the youth signalled to the chamberlains, who sat down, and he whose wont it was to serve stood, whilst the two princes ate their sufficiency. Then the apes cleared the table and brought basins and ewers of gold, and they washed their hands in rose water. After which they set on fine sugar and nigh 40 flagons, in each a different kind of wine. And they drank and took their pleasure and made merry and had a fine time. And all the apes danced and gambolled before them, what while the eaters sat at meat, which when Sayf al-Muluk saw, he marvelled at them and forgot that which had befallen him of sufferings. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 768th Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Sayf al-Muluk saw the gestures and gambols of the apes, he marvelled thereat and forgot that which had betided him of strangerhood and its sufferings. At nightfall they lighted waxen candles and candlesticks of gold studded with gems, and set on dishes of confections and fruits of sugar candy. So they ate, and when the hour of rest was come, the apes spread them bedding and they slept. And when morning morrowed, the young man arose, as was his wont, before sunrise, and waking Sayf al-Muluk said to him, Put thy head forth of this lattice and see what standeth beneath it. So he put out his head and saw the wide waste and all the wood filled with apes, whose number none knew save Allah Almighty. Quoth he, Here be great plenty of apes, for they cover the whole country, but why are they assembled at this hour? Quoth the youth, This is their custom. Every Sabbath all the apes in the island come hither, some from 2 and 3 days' distance, and stand here till I awake from sleep and put forth my head from this lattice, when they kiss ground before me and go about their business. So saying, he put his head out of the window, and when the apes saw him, they kissed the earth before him and went their way. Sayf al-Muluk abode with the young man a whole month, when he farewelled him and departed, escorted by a party of nigh 100 apes, which the young man bade escort him. They journeyed with him 7 days, till they came to the limits of their islands, when they took leave of him and returned to their places, while Sayf al-Muluk fared on alone over mount and hill, desert and plain, 4 months' journey. One day a hungered and the next satiated, now eating of the herbs of the earth and then of the fruits of the trees, till he repented him of the harm he had done himself by leaving the young man. And he was about to retrace his steps to him, when he saw something black afar off, and said to himself, "Is this a city or trees? But I will not turn back till I see what it is." So he made towards it, and when he drew near, he saw that it was a palace tall of base. Now he who built it was Japhet, son of Noah, on whom be peace. And it is of this palace that God the Most High speaketh in his precious book, whenas he saith, "And an abandoned well, and a high builded palace." Sayf al-Muluk sat down at the gate, and said in his mind, "Would I knew what is within yonder palace, and what king dwelleth there, and who shall acquaint me whether its folk are men or Jinn, who will tell me the truth of the case." He sat considering a while, but seeing none go in or come out, he rose and committing himself to Allah Almighty, entered the palace and walked on, till he had counted 7 vestibules, yet saw no one. Presently, looking to his right, he beheld 3 doors, while before him was a 4th, over which hung a curtain. So he went up to this and raising the curtain, found himself in a great hall, spread with silken carpets. At the upper end rose a throne of gold, whereon sat a damsel, whose face was like the moon, arrayed in royal raiment and beautified as she were a bride on the night of her displaying. And at the foot of the throne was a table of 40 trays, spread with golden and silvern dishes, full of dainty viands. The Prince went up and saluted her, and she returned his salam, saying, "Art thou of mankind or of the Jinn?" Replied he, "I am a man of the best of mankind, for I am a king, son of a king." She rejoined, "What seekest thou? Up with thee and eat of yonder food, and after tell me thy past from first to last, and how thou camest hither." So he sat down at the table and removing the cover from a tray of meats, he being hungry, ate till he was full, then washed his right hand and going up to the throne, sat down by the damsel, who asked him, "Who art thou and what is thy name and whence comest thou and who brought thee hither?" He answered, "Indeed, my story is a long, but do thou first tell me who and what and whence thou art and why thou dwellest in this place alone." She rejoined, "My name is Daulat Khatun and I am the daughter of the King of Hind. My father dwelleth in the capital city of Sarandib and hath a great and goodly garden. There is no goodlier in all the land of Hind or its dependencies, and in this garden is a great tank. One day I went out into the garden with my slave women, and I stripped me naked, and they likewise, and entering the tank, fell to sporting and solacing ourselves therein. Presently, before I could beware, a something as it were a cloud swooped down on me and snatching me up from amongst my handmaids, soared aloft with me betwixt heaven and earth, saying, 'Fear not, O Daulat Khatun, but be of good heart.' Then he flew on with me a little while, after which he set me down in this palace, and straightway, without stay or delay, became a handsome young man, daintily apparelled, who said to me, 'Now dost thou know me?' Replied I, 'No, O my lord,' and he said, 'I am the Blue King, sovereign of the Jinn. My father dwelleth in the castle Al Kulzum hight, and hath under his hand 600,000 Jinn, flyers and divers. It chanced that while passing on my way I saw thee and fell in love with thee for thy lovely form. So I swooped down on thee and snatched thee up from among the slave girls, and brought thee to this the high builded castle, which is my dwelling place. None may fare hither, be he man or be he Jinni, and from Hind hither is a journey of 120 years. Wherefore do thou hold that thou wilt never again behold the land of thy father and thy mother. So abide with me here in contentment of heart and peace, and I will bring to thy hands whatso thou seekest." Then he embraced me and kissed me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 44. Recording by Pam Castile. Section 45 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 45. When it was the 769th night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel said to Sayf al-Muluk, then the King of the Jinn, after he had acquainted me with his case, embraced me and kissed me, saying, Abide here and fear nothing, whereupon he went away from me for an hour, and presently returned with these tables and carpets and furniture. He comes to me every third, and abideth with me 3 days, and on Friday, at the time of mid-afternoon prayer, he departeth and is absent till the following third. When he is here, he eateth and drinketh and kisseth and huggeth me, but doth naught else with me, and I am a pure virgin, even as Allah Almighty created me. My father's name is Taj al-Muluk, and he wotteth not what is come of me, nor hath he hit upon any trace of me. This is my story. Now tell me thy tale. Answered the prince, My story is a long, and I fear lest while I am telling it to thee, the Ifrit come. Quoth she, He went out from me but an hour before thy entering, and will not return till third. So sit thee down and take thine ease, and hearken thy heart, and tell me what hath betided thee from beginning to end. And quoth he, I hear and I obey. So he fell to telling her all that had befallen him, from commencement to conclusion. But when she heard speak of Badi al-Jamal, her eyes ran over with railing tears, and she cried, O Badi al-Jamal, I had not thought this of thee. Alack for our luck! O Badi al-Jamal, dost thou not remember me, nor say, My sister, Daulat Khatun, whither is she gone? And her weeping redoubled, lamenting for that Badi al-Jamal had forgotten her. Then said Sayf al-Muluk, O Daulat Khatun, thou art a mortal, and she is a Jinniyah. How then can she be thy sister? Replied the princess, She is my sister by fosterage, and this is how it came about. My mother went out to solace herself in the garden, when labor pangs seized her, and she bare me. Now the mother of Badi al-Jamal chanced to be passing with her guards, when she also was taken with travail pains. So she alighted in a side of the garden, and there brought forth Badi al-Jamal. She dispatched one of her women to seek food and childbirth gear of my mother, who sent her what she sought and invited her to visit her. So she came to her with Badi al-Jamal, and my mother suckled the child, who with her mother tarried with us in the garden 2 months. And before wending her ways, the mother of Badi al-Jamal gave my mother somewhat, saying, When thou hast need of me, I will come to thee amiddlemost the garden, and departed to her own land. But she and her daughter used to visit us every year, and abide with us awhile before returning home. Wherefore, an I were with my mother, O Sayf al-Muluk, and if thou wert with me in my own country, and Badi al-Jamal and I were together as of wont, I would devise some device with her, to bring thee to thy desire of her. But I am here, and they know naught of me. For that an they kenned what is become of me, they have power to deliver me from this place. However, the matter is in Allah's hands. Extolled and exalteth be He. And what can I do? Quoth Sayf al-Muluk, Rise, and let us flee and go whither the Almighty willeth. But quoth she, We cannot do that, for by Allah, though we fled hence a year's journey, that accursed would overtake us in an hour and slaughter us. Then said the prince, I will hide myself in his way, and when he passeth by, I will smite him with the sword and slay him. Daulat Khatun replied, "Thou canst not succeed in slaying him save thou his soul." Asked he, "And where is his soul?" And she answered, "Many a time have I questioned him thereof, but he would not tell me, till one day I pressed him, and he waxed wroth with me and said to me, 'How often wilt thou ask me of my soul? What hast thou to do with my soul?' I rejoined, 'O Hatim, there remaineth none to me but thou except Allah, and my life dependeth on thy life, and whilst thou livest, all is well for me. So except I care for thy soul and set it in the apple of this mine eye, how shall I live in thine absence? And I knew where thy soul abideth, I would never cease whilst I live to hold it in mine embrace, and would keep it as my right eye.' Whereupon said he to me, 'What time I was born, the astrologers predicted that I should lose my soul at the hands of the son of a king of mankind. So I took it and set it in the crop of a sparrow, and shut up the bird in a box. The box I set in a casket, and enclosing this in 7 other caskets and 7 chests, laid the whole in an alabastrine coffer, which I buried within the marge of yon earth-circling sea, for that these parts are far from the world of men, and none of them can win hither. So now see, I have told thee what thou wouldst know, and do thou tell none thereof, for it is a secret between me and thee."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 770th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Daulat Khatun acquainted Sayf al-Muluk with the whereabouts of the soul of the Jinni who had carried her off and repeated to him his speech ending with, "And this is a secret between me and thee," I rejoined, quoth she, "To whom shall I tell it, seeing that none but thou cometh hither with whom I may talk thereof?" adding, "By Allah, thou hast indeed set thy soul in the strongest of strongholds, to which none may gain access. How should a man win to it, unless the impossible be foreordained, and Allah decree like as the astrologers predicted?" Thereupon the Jinni, peradventure one may come, having on his finger the seal ring of Solomon son of David (on the twain be peace), and lay his hand with the ring on the face of the water, saying, "By the virtue of the names engraven upon this ring, let the soul of such an one come forth." Whereupon the coffer will rise to the surface, and he will break it open, and do the like with the chests and caskets, till he come to the little box, when he will take out the sparrow and strangle it, and I shall die. Then said Sayf al-Muluk, "I am the King's son of whom he spake, and this is the ring of Solomon David's son on my finger. So rise, let us go down to the seashore and see if his words be leal or leasing." Thereupon the two walked down to the seashore, and the Princess stood on the beach, whilst the Prince waded into the water to his waist and laying his hand with the ring on the surface of the sea, said, "By the virtue of the names and talismans engraven on this ring, and by the might of Sulayman bid Daud (on whom be the peace), let the soul of Hatim the Jinni, son of the Blue King, come forth." Whereat the sea boiled in billows, and the coffer of alabaster rose to the surface. Sayf al-Muluk took it and shattered it against the rock, and broke open the chest and caskets, till he came to the little box, and drew thereout the sparrow. Then the twain returned to the castle and sat down on the throne, but hardly had they done this, when lo and behold, there arose a dust cloud terrifying, and some huge thing came flying and crying, "Spare me, O King's son, and slay me not, but make me thy freedman, and I will bring thee to thy desire." Quoth Daulat Khatun, "The Jinni cometh, slay the sparrow, lest this accursed enter the palace and take it from thee and slaughter me and slaughter thee after me." So the prince wrung the sparrow's neck and it died, whereupon the Jinni fell down at the palace door and became a heap of black ashes. Then said Daulat Khatun, "We are delivered from the hand of yonder accursed. What shall we do now?" And Sayf al-Muluk replied, "It behoveth us to ask aid of Allah Almighty, who hath afflicted us. Belike He will direct us and help us to escape from this our strait." So saying, he arose and pulling up half a score of the doors of the palace, which were of sandalwood and lign aloes, with nails of gold and silver, bound them together with ropes of silk and floss silk and fine linen, and wrought of them a raft, which he and the Princess aided each other to hale down to the seashore. They launched it upon the water till it floated, and making it fast to the beach, returned to the palace, whence they removed all the chargers of gold and saucers of silver and jewels and precious stones and metals and what else was light of load and weighty of worth, and freighted the raft therewith. Then they embarked after fashioning two pieces of wood into the likeness of paddles, and casting off the rope moorings, let the raft drift out to sea with them, committing themselves to Allah the Most High, who contenteth those that put their trust in Him and disappointeth not them who rely upon Him. They ceased not faring on thus 4 months, until their victual was exhausted and their sufferings waxed severe and their souls were straitened. So they prayed Allah to vouchsafe them deliverance from that danger. But all this time, when they lay down to sleep, Sayf al-Muluk set Daulat Khatun behind him and laid a naked brand at his back, so that when he turned in sleep the sword was between them. At last it chanced one night, when Sayf al-Muluk was asleep and Daulat Khatun awake, that behold, the raft drifted landwards and entered a port wherein were ships. The Princess saw the ships and heard a man, he being the chief and head of the captains, talking with the sailors, whereby she knew that this was the port of some city, and that they were come to an inhabited country. So she joyed with exceeding joy, and waking the Prince, said to him, "Ask the captain the name of the city and harbour." Thereupon Sayf al-Muluk arose and said to the captain, "O my brother, how is this harbour hight, and what be the names of yonder city and its king?" Replied the captain, "O false face, O frosty beard, and thou knew not the name of this port and city? How camest thou hither?" Quoth Sayf al-Muluk, "I am a stranger and had taken passage in a merchant ship, which was wrecked and sank with all on board; but I saved myself on a plank and made my way hither, wherefore I asked thee the name of the place, and in asking is no offence." Then said the captain, "This is the city of Amaria, and this harbour is called Kamin al-Bahran." When the Princess heard this, she rejoiced with exceeding joy and said, "Praised be Allah!" He asked, "What is to do?" And she answered, "O Sayf al-Muluk, rejoice in succour near hand, for the king of this city is my uncle, my father's brother."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 771st Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Daulat Khatun said to Sayf al-Muluk, "Rejoice in safety near hand, for the king of this city is my uncle, my father's brother, and his name is Ali al-Muluk," adding, "Say thou then to the captain, Is the Sultan of the city, Ali al-Muluk, well?" He asked, but the captain was wroth with him and cried, "Thou sayest, I am a stranger and never in my life came hither. Who then told thee the name of the lord of the city?" When Daulat Khatun heard this, she rejoiced and knew him for Mu'in al-Din, one of her father's captains. Now he had fared forth in search of her, after she was lost, and finding her not, he never ceased cruising till he came to her uncle's city. Then she bade Sayf al-Muluk say to him, "O Captain Mu'in al-Din, come and speak with thy mistress." So he called out to him as she bade, whereat he was wroth with exceeding wrath and answered, "O dog, O thief, O spy! Who art thou and how knowest thou me?" Then he said to one of the sailors, "Give me an ash stave that I may go to yonder plaguing Arab and break his head." So he took the stick and made for Sayf al Muluk, but when he came to the raft he saw something wondrous, beauteous, which confounded his wits, and considering it straitly he made sure that it was Daulat Khatun sitting there, as she were a slice of the moon, whereat he said to the Prince, "Who is that with thee?" Replied he, "A damsel by name Daulat Khatun." When the captain heard the princess's name and knew that she was his mistress and the daughter of his king, he fell down in a fainting fit, and when he came to himself, he left the raft and whatso was thereon, and riding up to the palace, craved an audience of the king, whereupon the chamberlain went into the presence and said, "Captain Mu'in al-Din is come to bring thee good news, so bid he be brought in." The king bade admit him. Accordingly he entered and kissing ground said to him, "O King, thou owest me a gift for glad tidings, for thy brother's daughter Daulat Khatun hath reached our city safe and sound, and is now on a raft in the harbour, in company with a young man like the moon on the night of its full." When the king heard this, he rejoiced and conferred a costly robe of honour on the captain. Then he straightway bade decorate the city in honour of the safe return of his brother's daughter, and sending for her and Sayf al Muluk, saluted the twain and gave them joy of their safety, after which he dispatched a messenger to his brother, to let him know that his daughter was found and was with him. As soon as the news reached Taj al Muluk, he gat him ready and assembling his troops, set out for his brother's capital, where he found his daughter, and they rejoiced with exceeding joy. He sojourned with his brother a week, after which he took his daughter and Sayf al Muluk and returned to Saramdib, where the Princess foregathered with her mother and they rejoiced at her safe return, and held high festival, and that day was a great day, never was seen its like. As for Sayf al Muluk, the king entreated him with honour and said to him, "O Sayf al Muluk, thou hast done me and my daughter all this good for which I cannot requite thee, nor can any requite thee, save the Lord of the three worlds. But I wish thee to sit upon the throne in my stead and rule the land of Hind, for I offer thee of my throne and kingdom and treasures and servants, all this in free gift to thee." Whereupon Sayf al Muluk rose and kissing the ground before the king, thanked him and answered, "O King of the age, I accept all thou givest me and return it to thee in freest gift, for I, O King of the age, covet not sovereignty nor sultanate, nor desire aught but that Allah the Most High bring me to my desire." Rejoined the king, "O Sayf al Muluk, these my treasures are at thy disposal. Take of them what thou wilt without consulting me, and Allah requite thee for me with all weal." Quoth the Prince, "Allah advance the king! There is no delight for me in money or in dominion, till I win my wish. But now I have a mind to solace myself in the city and view its thoroughfares and market streets." So the king bade bring him a mare of the thoroughbreds, saddled and bridled, and Sayf al Muluk mounted her and rode through the streets and markets of the city. As he looked about him right and left, lo! his eyes fell on a young man, who was carrying a tunic and crying it for sale at 15 dinars. So he considered him and saw him to be like his brother Sa'id, and indeed it was his very self, but he was wan of blee and changed for long strangerhood and the travails of travel, so that he knew him not. However, he said to his attendants, "Take yonder youth and carry him to the palace where I lodge, and keep him with you till my return from the ride, when I will question him." But they understood him to say, "Carry him to the prison," and said in themselves, "Haply this is some runaway Mamluk of his." So they took him and bore him to the bridewell, where they laid him in irons and left him seated in solitude, unremembered by any. Presently Sayf al-Muluk returned to the palace, but he forgot his brother Sa'id, and none made mention of him. So he abode in prison, and when they brought out the prisoners to cut ashlar from the quarries, they took Sa'id with them, and he wrought with the rest. He abode a month's space in this squalor and sore sorrow, pondering his case and saying in himself, "What is the cause of my imprisonment?" While Sayf al-Muluk's mind was diverted from him by rejoicing in other things. But one day, as he sat, he bethought him of Sa'id and said to his Mamelukes, "Where is the white slave I gave into your charge on such a day?" Quoth they, "Didst thou not bid us bear him to the bridewell?" And quoth he, "Nay, I said not so. I bade you carry him to my palace after the ride." Then he sent his chamberlains and emirs for Sa'id, and they fetched him in fetters and loosing him from his irons, set him before the Prince, who asked him, "O young man, what countryman art thou?" And he answered, "I am from Egypt, and my name is Sa'id, son of Faris the Wazir." Now hearing these words, Sayf al-Muluk sprang to his feet and throwing himself off the throne and upon his friend, hung on his neck, weeping aloud for very joy and saying, "O my brother, O Sa'id, praised be Allah for King Asim." Then they embraced and shed tears together, and all who were present marvelled at them. After this Sayf al-Muluk bade his people bear Sa'id to the Hammam bath, and they did so. When he came out, they clad him in costly clothing and carried him back to Sayf al-Muluk, who seated him on the throne beside himself. When King Taj al-Muluk heard of the reunion of Sayf al-Muluk and his brother Sa'id, he joyed with you exceeding and came to them. And the three sat devising of all that had befallen them in the past from first to last. Then said Sa'id, "O my brother, O Sayf al-Muluk, when the ship sank with all on board, I saved myself on a plank with a company of Mamelukes, and it drifted with us a whole month, when the wind cast us by the ordinance of Allah Almighty upon an island. So we landed and entering among the trees, took to eating of the fruits, for we were a-hungered. Whilst we were busy eating, there fell on us unawares folk like Ifrits, and springing on our shoulders rode us and said to us, 'Go on with us, for ye are become our asses.' So I said to him who had mounted me, 'What art thou, and why mountest thou me?' At this he twisted one of his legs about my neck till I was all but dead, and beat upon my back the while with the other leg, till I thought he had broken my backbone. So I fell to the ground on my face, having no strength left in me for famine and thirst. From my fall he knew that I was hungry, and taking me by the hand, led me to a tree laden with fruit, which was a pear tree, and said to me, 'Eat thy fill of this tree.' So I ate till I had enough and rose to walk against my will. But ere I had fared afar the creature turned and leaping on my shoulders again drove me on, now walking, now running and now trotting, and he the while mounted on me, laughing and saying, 'Never in my life saw I a donkey like unto thee.' We abode thus for years till, one day of the days, it chanced that we saw there great plenty of vines covered with ripe fruit. So we gathered a quantity of grape bunches and throwing them into a pit, trod them with our feet, till the pit became a great water pool. Then we waited a while and presently returning thither, found that the sun had rotten on the grape juice and it was become wine. So we used to drink it till we were drunken and our faces flushed, and we fell to singing and dancing and running about in the merriment of drunkenness. Whereupon our master said to us, 'What is it that reddeneth your faces and maketh you dance and sing?' We replied, 'Ask us not. What is your quest in questioning us hereof?' But they insisted, saying, 'You must tell us, so that we may know the truth of the case,' till we told them how we had pressed grapes and made wine. Quoth they, 'Give us to drink thereof.' But quoth we, 'The grapes are spent.' So they brought us to a wady, whose length we knew not from its breadth, nor its beginning from its end. wherein were vines each, bunch of grapes on them, weighing 20 pounds by the scale, and all within easy reach. And they said, Gather of these. So we gathered a mighty great store of grapes, and finding there a big trench, bigger than the great tank in the king's garden, we filled it full of fruit. This we trod with our feet, and did with the juice as before, till it became strong wine, which it did after a month. Whereupon we said to them, 'Tis come to perfection, but in what will ye drink it? And they replied, We had asses like unto you, but we ate them and kept their heads, so give us to drink in their skulls. We went to their caves, which we found full of heads and bones of the sons of Adam, and we gave them to drink, when they became drunken and lay down, nigh 200 of them. Then we said to one another, Is it not enough that they should ride us, but they must eat us also? There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. But we will ply them with wine, till they are overcome by drunkenness, when we will slay them and be at rest from them. Accordingly, we awoke them and fell to filling the skulls and gave them to drink. But they said, This is bitter. We replied, Why say ye 'tis bitter? Whoso saith thus, except he drink of it 10 times, he dieth the same day. When they heard this, they feared death and cried to us, Give us to drink the whole 10 times. So we gave them to drink, and when they swallowed the rest of the 10 draughts, they waxed drunken exceedingly, and their strength failed them, and they availed not to mount us. Thereupon we dragged them together by their hands, and laying them one upon another, collected great plenty of dry vine stalks and branches, and heaped it about and upon them. Then we set fire to the pile and stood afar off, to see what became of them. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 45. Recording by Pam Castile. Section 46 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 46. When it was the 772nd night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sa'id continued, When we set fire to the pile wherein were the Ghuls, I with the Mamelukes stood afar off to see what became of them, and as soon the fire was burnt out, we came back and found them a heap of ashes, wherefore we praised Allah Almighty, who had delivered us from them. Then we went forth about the island and sought the seashore, where we parted, and I and 2 of the Mamelukes fared on till we came to a thick copse full of fruit, and there busied ourselves with eating. And behold, presently up came a man tall of stature, long of beard, and lengthy of ear, with eyes like cressets, driving before him and feeding a great flock of sheep. When he saw us, he rejoiced and said to us, Welcome and fair welcome to you. Draw near me, that I may slaughter you and you of these sheep, and roast it and give you to eat. Quoth we, Where is thine abode? And quoth he, Hard by yonder mountain. Go on towards it till ye come to a cave and enter therein, for you will see many guests like yourselves, and do ye sit with them, whilst we make ready for you the guest meal. We believed him, so fared on as he bade us, till we came to the cavern, where we found many guests, sons of Adam, like ourselves, but they were all blinded, and when we entered, one said, I'm sick, and another, I'm weak. So we cried to them, What is this you say, and what is the cause of your sickness and weakness? They asked, Who are ye? And we answered, We are guests. Then they said, What hath made you fall into the hands of yonder accursed? But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. This is a Ghul who devoureth the sons of Adam, and he hath blinded us, and meaneth to eat us. Said we, And how did he blind you? And they replied, Even as he will blind yourselves anon. Quoth we, And how so? And quoth they, He will bring you bowls of soured milk, and will say to you, Ye are weary with wayfare, take this milk and drink it. And when ye have drunken thereof, ye will become blind like us. Said I to myself, There is no escape for us but by contrivance. So I dug a hole in the ground and sat over it. After an hour or so in came the accursed Ghul with bowls of milk, whereof he gave to each of us, saying, Ye come from the desert and are athirst, so take this milk and drink it, whilst I roast you the flesh. I took the cup and carried it to my mouth, but emptied it into the hole. Then I cried out, Alas, my sight is gone, and I am blind! And clapping my hand to my eyes, fell a weeping and a wailing, whilst the accursed laughed and said, Fear not, thou art now become like mine other guest. But as for my two comrades, they drank the milk and became blind. Thereupon the Ghul arose and stopping up the mouth of the cavern, came to me and felt my ribs, but found me lean and with no flesh on my bones. So he tried another and finding him fat, rejoiced. Then he slaughtered 3 sheep and skinned them and fetching iron spits, spitted the flesh thereon and set them over the fire to roast. When the meat was done, he placed it before my comrades who ate and he with them, after which he brought a leather bag full of wine and drank thereof and lay down prone and snored. Said I to myself, He's drowned in sleep. How shall I slay him? Then I bethought me of the spits, and thrusting 2 of them into the fire, waited till they were as red-hot coals. Whereupon I arose and girded myself, and taking a spit in each hand, went up to the accursed Ghul and thrust them into his eyes, pressing upon them with all my might. He sprang to his feet for sweet life, and would have laid hold of me, but he was blind. So I fled from him into the inner cavern, whilst he ran after me. But I found no place of refuge from him, nor whence I might escape into the open country, for the cave was stopped up with stones. Wherefore I was bewildered and said to the blind men, How shall I do with this accursed? Replied one of them, O Sa'id, with a run and a spring, mount up to yonder niche, and thou wilt find there a sharpened scimitar of copper. Bring it to me, and I will tell thee what to do. So I climbed to the niche, and taking the blade, returned to the blind man, who said to me, Smite him with the sword in his middle, and he will die forthright. So I rushed after the Ghul who was weary with running after me, and felt for the blind men that he might kill them, and coming up to him smote him with the sword a single stroke across his waist, and he fell in twain. Then he screamed and cried out to me, O man, an thou desire to slay me, strike me a second stroke. Accordingly, I was about to smite him another cut, but he who had directed me to the niche and the scimitar said, Smite him not a second time, for then he will not die, but will live and destroy us. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 773rd Night, she resumed, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Sa'id continued, Now when I struck the Ghul with the sword, he cried out to me, O man, an thou desire to slay me, strike me a second stroke. I was about so to do when he who had directed me to the scimitar said, Smite him not a second time, for then he will not die but will live and destroy us. So I held my hand as he bade me, and the Ghul died. Then said the blind man to me, Open the mouth of the cave and let us fare forth. So haply Allah may help us and bring us to rest from this place. And I said, No harm can come to us now. Let us rather abide here and repose and eat of these sheep and drink of this wine, for long is the land. Accordingly we tarried there 2 months, eating of the sheep and of the fruits of the island, and drinking the generous grape juice, till it so chanced one day, as we sat upon the beach, we caught sight of a ship looming large in the distance. So we made signs for the crew and holla'd to them. They feared to draw near, knowing that the island was inhabited by a Ghul, who ate Adamites, and would have sheered off; but we ran down to the marge of the sea and made signs to them, with our turban ends, and shouted to them, whereupon one of the sailors, who was sharp of sight, said to the rest, Hark ye, comrades, I see these men formed like ourselves, for they have not the fashion of Ghuls. So they made for us little by little, till they drew near us in the dinghy, and were certified that we were indeed human beings, when they saluted us and we returned their salam and gave them the glad tidings of the slaying of the accursed, wherefore they thanked us. Then we carried to the ship all that was in the cave of stuffs and sheep and treasure, together with the viaticum of the island fruits, such as should serve us days and months, and embarking sailed on with a fair breeze 3 days, at the end of which the wind veered round against us and the air became exceedingly dark. Nor had an hour passed before the wind drove the craft on to a rock, where it broke up and its planks were torn asunder. However, the great God decreed that I should lay hold of one of the planks, which I bestrode, and it bore me along 2 days, for the wind had fallen fair again, and I paddled with my feet awhile, till Allah the Most High brought me safe ashore, and I landed and came to this city, where I found myself a stranger, solitary, friendless, not knowing what to do, for hunger was sore upon me, and I was in great tribulation. Thereupon I, O my brother, hid myself and pulling off this my tunic, carried it to the market, saying in my mind, I will sell it and live on its price, till Allah accomplish to me whatso He will accomplish. Then I took the tunic in my hand and cried it for sale, and the folk were looking at it and bidding for it, when, O my brother, thou camest by and seeing me commandest me to the palace, but thy pages arrested and thrust me into the prison, and there I abode till thou bethoughtest thee of me and badest bring me before thee. So now I have told thee what befell me, and Alhamdolillah, glorified be God, for reunion. Much marvelled the two kings at Sa'id's tale, and Taj al Muluk, having made ready a goodly dwelling for Sayf al Muluk, and his Wazir Daulat Khatun used to visit the Prince there and thank him for his favours and talk with him. One day he met her and said to her, O my lady, where is the promise thou madest me in the palace of Japhet son of Noah, saying, Were I with my people, I would make shift to bring thee to thy desire? And Sa'id said to her, O Princess, I crave thine aid to enable him to win his will. Answered she, Yea, verily, I will do my endeavour for him, that he may attain his aim, if it please Allah Almighty. And she turned to Sayf al-Muluk and said to him, Be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear. Then she rose and going into her mother, said to her, Come with me forthright and let us purify ourselves and make fumigations, that Badi'a al-Jamal and her mother may come and see me and rejoice in me. Answered the Queen, With love and goodly gree, and rising, betook herself to the garden and burnt off these perfumes which she always had by her, nor was it long before Badi'a al-Jamal and her mother made their appearance. The Queen of Hind foregathered with the other queen and acquainted her with her daughter's safe return, whereat she rejoiced and rejoiced in each other. Then they pitched the pavilions and dressed dainty viands and made ready the place of entertainment, whilst the two princesses withdrew to a tent apart and ate together and drank and made merry. After which they sat down to converse, and Badi'a al-Jamal said, "What hath befallen thee in thy strangerhood?" Replied Daulat Khatun, "O my sister, how sad is severance and how gladsome is reunion! Ask me not what hath befallen me. O what hardships mortals suffer!" cried she. "How so?" And the other said to her, "O my sister, I was immured in the high builded castle of Japhet son of Noah, whither the son of the Blue King carried me off, till Sayf al Muluk slew the Jinni and brought me back to my sire." And she told her to boot all that the Prince had undergone of hardships and horrors before he came to the castle. Badi'a al-Jamal marvelled at her tale and said, "By Allah, O my sister, this is the most wondrous of wonders. This Sayf al-Muluk is indeed a man, but why did he leave his father and mother and betake himself to travel and expose himself to these perils?" Quoth Daulat Khatun, "I have a mind to tell thee the first part of his history, but shame of thee hindereth me therefrom." Quoth Badi'a al-Jamal, "Why shouldst thou have shame of me, seeing that thou art my sister and my bosom friend, and there is much a matter between thee and me, and I know thou willest me naught but well? Tell me then what thou hast to say, and be not abashed at me, and hide nothing from me, and have no fear of consequences." Answered Daulat Khatun, "By Allah, all the calamities that have betided this unfortunate have been on thine account and because of thee." Asked Badi al-Jamal, "How so, O my sister?" And the other answered, "Know that he saw thy portrait wrought on a tunic which thy father sent to Solomon son of David, on the twain be peace. And he opened it not neither looked at it, but dispatched it with other presents and rarities to Asim bin Safwan, King of Egypt, who gave it still unopened to his son Sayf al-Muluk. The Prince unfolded the tunic, thinking to put it on, and seeing thy portrait, became enamoured of it, wherefore he came forth in quest of thee, and left his folk and reign and suffered all these terrors and hardships on thine account." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 774th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Daulat Khatun related to Badi al-Jamal the first part of Sayf al-Muluk's history, how his love for her was caused by the tunic whereon her presentment was wrought, how he went forth passion distraught in quest of her, how he forsook his people and his kingdom for her sake, and how he had suffered all these terrors and hardships on her account. When Badi al-Jamal heard this, she blushed rosy red and was confounded at Daulat Khatun and said, "Verily, this may never, never be, for man accordeth not with the Jinn." Then Daulat Khatun went on to praise Sayf al-Muluk and extol his comeliness and courage and cavalarice, and ceased not repeating her memories of his prowess and his excellent qualities till she ended with saying, "For the sake of Almighty Allah and of me, O sister mine, come and speak with him, though but one word." But Badi al-Jamal cried, "By Allah, O sister mine, this that thou sayest I will not hear, neither will I assent to thee therein." And it was as if she heard naught of what the other said, and as if no love of Sayf al-Muluk and his beauty and bearing and bravery had gotten hold upon her heart. Then Daulat Khatun humbled herself and said, "O Badi al-Jamal, by the milk we have sucked, I and thou, and by that which is graven on the seal ring of Solomon, on whom be peace, hearken to these my words, for I pledged myself in the high builded castle of Japhet to show him thy face. So Allah upon thee, show it to him once, for the love of me, and look thyself on him." And she ceased not to weep and implore her and kiss her hands and feet, till she consented and said, "For thy sake I will show him my face once, and he shall have a single glance." With that Daulat Khatun's heart was gladdened and she kissed her hands and feet. Then she went forth and fared to the great pavilion in the garden and bade her slave women spread it with carpets and set up a couch of gold and placed the wine vessels in order. After which she went in to Sayf al-Muluk and to his Wazir Sa'id, whom she found seated in their lodging, and gave the Prince the glad tidings of the winning of his wish, saying, "Go to the pavilion in the garden, thou and thy brother, and hide yourselves there from the eyes of men, so none in the palace may espy you, till I come to you with Badi al-Jamal." So they rose and repaired to the appointed pavilion, where they found the couch of gold set and furnished with cushions, and meat and wine ready served. So they sat awhile, whilst Sayf al-Muluk bethought him of his beloved and his breast was strained and love and longing assailed him; wherefore he rose and walked forth from the vestibule of the pavilion. Sa'id would have followed him, but he said to him, "O my brother, follow me not, but sit in thy stead till I return to thee." So Sa'id abode seated, whilst Sayf al-Muluk went down into the garden, drunken with the wine of desire and distracted for excess of love longing and passion fire. Yearning agitated him and transport overcame him, and he recited these couplets. O passing fair, I have none else but thee. Pity this slave in thy love's slavery. Thou art my search, my joy and my desire. None save thyself shall love this heart of me. Would Heaven I knew thou knewest of my wails, night long and eyelids oped by memory. Bid sleep to sojourn on these iron lids, haply in vision I thy sight shall see. Show favour then to one thus love's distraught, save him from ruin by thy cruelty. Allah increase thy beauty and thy weal, and be thy ransom every enemy. So shall on doomsday lovers range beneath thy flag and beauties 'neath thy banner be. Then he wept and recited these also. That rarest beauty ever bides my foe, who holds my heart and lurks in secrecy. Speaking, I speak of nothing save her charms, and when I'm dumb in heart core woneth she. Then he wept sore and recited the following. And in my liver higher flames the fire. You are my wish, and longsome still I yearn. To you, none other, bend I, and I hope. Lovers long suffering are your grace to earn. And that you pity me whose frame, by love, is waste and weak his heart with sore concern. Relent, be generous, tender-hearted, kind. From you I'll ne'er remove, from you ne'er turn. Then he wept and recited these also. Came to me care when came the love of thee. Cruel sleep fled me like thy cruelty. Tells me the messenger that thou art wroth. Allah forfend what evils told me he. Presently Sa'id waxed weary of awaiting him, and going forth in quest of him, found him walking in the garden, distraught and reciting these two couplets. By Allah, by the Almighty, by His right, who read the Koran chapter Fatir hight, ne'er roam my glances o'er the charms I see. Thy grace, rare beauty, is my talk by night. So he joined him, and the twain walked about the garden together, solacing themselves, and ate of its fruits. Such was their case. But as regards the two princesses, they came to the pavilion and entering therein, after the eunuchs had richly furnished it, according to command, sat down on the couch of gold, beside which was a window that gave upon the garden. The castratos then set before them all manner rich meats, and they ate. Daulat Khatun feeding her foster sister by mouthfuls, till she was satisfied, when she called for divers kinds of sweetmeats, and when the neutrals brought them, they ate what they would of them and washed their hands. After this Daulat Khatun made ready wine and its service, setting on the ewers and bowls, and she proceeded to crown the cups and give Badi al-Jamal to drink, filling for herself after and drinking in turn. Then Badi al-Jamal looked from the window into the garden and gazed upon the fruits and branches that were therein, till her glance fell on Sayf al-Muluk, and she saw him wandering about the parterres, followed by Sa'id, and she heard him recite verses, raining the while railing tears, and that glance of eyes cost her 1,000 signs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 46. Recording by Pam Castile. Section 47 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous. Translated by Richard Francis Burton. Section 47. When it was the 775th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Badi al-Jamal caught sight of Sayf al-Muluk as he wandered about the garden, that glance of eyes cost her 1,000 sighs, and she turned to Daulat Khatun and said to her, and indeed the wine sported with her senses, O my sister, who is that young man I see in the garden, distraught, love-abiding, disappointed, sighing? Quoth the other, Dost thou give me leave to bring him hither, that we may look on him? And quoth the other, An thou can avail to bring him, bring him. So Daulat Khatun called to him, saying, O King's son, come up to us and bring us thy beauty and thy loveliness. Sayf al-Muluk recognized her voice and came up into the pavilion, but no sooner had he set eyes on Badi al-Jamal than he fell down in a swoon. Whereupon Daulat Khatun sprinkled on him a little rose water and he revived. Then he rose and kissed ground before Badi al-Jamal, who was amazed at his beauty and loveliness. And Daulat Khatun said to her, Know, O Princess, that this is Sayf al-Muluk, whose hand saved me by the ordinance of Allah Almighty, and he it is who hath borne all manner burthens on thine account, wherefore I would have thee look upon him with favour. Hearing this, Badi al-Jamal laughed and said, And who keepeth faith that this youth should do so? For there is no true love in men. Cried Sayf al-Muluk, O Princess, never shall lack of faith be in me, and all men are not created alike. And he wept before her and recited these verses. O thou, Badi al-Jamal, show thou some clemency to one those lovely eyes oppressed with witchery. By rights of beauteous hues and tints thy cheeks combine, of snowy white and glowing red anemone. Punish not with disdain one who is sorely sick. By long, long parting waste hath waxed this frame of me. This is my wish, my will, the end of my desire, and union is my hope, and haply this may be. Then he wept with violent weeping, and love and longing got the mastery over him, and he greeted her with these couplets. Peace be to you from lovers' wasted love, all noble hearts to noble favour show. Peace be to you, ne'er fail your form my dreams, nor hall nor chamber the fair sight forego. Of you I'm jealous, none may name your name, lovers to lovers I should bend thee low. So cut not off your grace from him who loves, while sickness wastes and sorrows overthrow. I watch the flowery stars which frighten me, while cark and care mine every night forslow. Nor patience bides with me, nor plan appears. What shall I say when questioned of my foe? God's peace be with you in the hour of need, peace sent by lover patient bearing woe. Then for the excess of his desire and ecstasy he repeated these couplets also. If I to aught save you, O lords of me incline, ne'er may I win of you my wish, my sole design. Who doth comprise all loveliness save only you? Who makes the doomsday dawn e'en now before these eyne? Far be it love find any rest, for I am one Who lost for love of you this heart, these vitals mine. When he had made an end of his verses, he wept with sore weeping, and she said to him, O Prince, I fear to grant myself wholly to thee, lest I find in thee nor fondness nor affection. For oftentimes man's fidelity is small and his perfidy is great, and thou knowest how the Lord Solomon, son of David, on whom be the peace, took Bilkins to his love, but whenas he saw another fairer than she, turned from her thereto. Sayf al-Muluk replied, O my eye and O my soul, Allah hath not made all men alike, and I, Inshallah, will keep my troth and die beneath thy feet. Soon shalt thou see what I will do in accordance with my words, and for whatso I say Allah is my warrant. Quoth Badi al-Jamal, Sit and be of good heart, and swear to me by the right of thy faith, and let us covenant together that each will not be false to other, and whichever of us breaketh faith may Almighty Allah punish. At these words he sat down and set his hand in her hand, and they sware each to other that neither of them would ever prefer to the other any one, either of man or of the Jinn. Then they embraced for a whole hour and wept for excess of their joy, whilst passion overcame Sayf al-Muluk, and he recited these couplets. I weep for longing's love own ardency, to her who claims the heart and soul of me, and sore's my sorrow parted long from you, and short's my arm to reach the prize I see, and mourning grief for what my patience marred. To blamers I unveiled my secrecy, and waxed straight that whilom was so wide, patience nor force remains nor power to dree. Would heaven I knew if God will ever deign to join our lives and from our cark and care and grief set free. After this mutual troth plighting, Sayf al-Muluk arose and walked in the garden, and Badi al-Jamal arose also and went forth also afoot, followed by a slave girl bearing somewhat of food and a flask of wine. The Princess sat down, and the damsel set the meat and wine before her, nor remained there long ere they were joined by Sayf al-Muluk, who was received with greeting, and the two embraced and sat them down. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 776th Night, she pursued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that having provided food and wine, Badi al-Jamal met Sayf al-Muluk with greetings, and the twain having embraced and kissed, sat them down awhile to eat and drink. Then said she to him, O King's son, thou must now go to the garden of Iram, where dwelleth my grandmother, and seek her consent to our marriage. My slave girl Marjanah will convey thee thither, and as thou farest therein thou wilt see a great pavilion of red satin, lined with green silk. Enter the pavilion heartening thyself, and thou wilt see inside it an ancient dame sitting on a couch of red gold, set with pearls and jewels. Salute her with respect and courtesy, then look at the foot of the couch, where thou wilt descry a pair of sandals of cloth interwoven with bars of gold, embroidered with jewels. Take them and kiss them and lay them on thy head, then put them under thy right armpit and stand before the old woman in silence and with thy head bowed down. If she ask thee, Who art thou and how camest thou hither, and who led thee to this land? And why hast thou taken up the sandals? Make her no answer, but abide silent till Morgiana enter, when she will speak with her and seek to win her a proof for thee, and cause her look on thee with consent. So haply Allah Almighty may incline her heart to thee, and she may grant thee thy wish." Then she called the handmaid Marjanah hight and said to her, "As thou lovest me, do my errand this day and be not neglectful therein. An thou accomplish it, thou shalt be a free woman for the sake of Allah Almighty. And I will deal honourably by thee with gifts, and there shall be none dearer to me than thou, nor will I discover my secrets to any save thee. So by my love for thee, fulfil this my need and be not slothful therein." Replied Morgiana, "O my lady and light of mine eyes, tell me what it is thou requirest of me, that I may accomplish it with both mine eyes." Badi'a rejoined, "Take this mortal on thy shoulders and bear him to the bloom garden of Iram and the pavilion of my grandmother, my father's mother, and be careful of his safety. When thou hast brought him into her presence and seest him take the slippers and do them homage, and hearest her ask him, saying, 'Whence art thou and by what road art come, and who led thee to this land, and why hast thou taken up the sandals, and what is thy need that I give heed to it?' Do thou come forward in haste and salute her with the salam and say to her, 'O my lady, I am she who brought him hither, and he is the King's son of Egypt. 'Tis he who went to the high builded castle and slew the son of the Blue King and delivered the Princess Daulat Khatun from the castle of Japhet son of Noah and brought her back safe to her father. And I have brought him to thee, that he may give thee the glad tidings of her safety. So deign thou be gracious to him.' Then do thou say to her, 'Allah upon thee, is not this young man handsome, O my lady?' She will reply, 'Yes,' and do thou rejoin, 'O my lady, indeed he is complete in honour and manhood and valour, and he is Lord and King of Egypt and compriseth all praiseworthy qualities.' And she asks thee, 'What is his need?' Do thou make answer, 'My lady saluteth thee and saith to thee, How long shall she sit at home, a maid and unmarried? Indeed, the time is longsome upon her, for she is as a magazine wherein wheat is heaped up. What then is thine intent in leaving her without a mate, and why dost thou not marry her in thy lifetide and that of her mother like other girls?' If she say, 'How shall we do to marry her?' and she have any one in mind, let her tell us of him, and we will do her will as far as may be. Do thou make answer, 'O my lady, thy daughter saith to thee, Ye were minded aforetime to marry me to Solomon (on whom be peace), and portrayed him my portrait on a tunic. But he had no lot in me, so he sent the tunic to the King of Egypt, and he gave it to his son, who saw my portrait figured thereon and fell in love with me. Wherefore he left his father and mother's realm, and turning away from the world and whatso is therein, went forth at a venture, a wanderer, love distraught, and hath borne the utmost hardships and honours for my sake of me. Now thou seest his beauty and loveliness, and thy daughter's heart is enamoured of him. So if ye have a mind to marry her to this young man, and forbid her not from him, for he is young and passing comely and King of Egypt, nor wilt thou find a goodlier than he. And if ye will not give her to him, she will slay herself and marry none, neither man nor Jinn." And continued Badi'a al Jamal, "Look thou, O Marjanah Mami, how thou mayest do with my grandmother to win her consent and beguile her with soft words, so haply she may do my desire." Quoth the damsel, "O my lady, upon my head and eyes will I serve thee and do what shall content thee." Then she took Sayf al Muluk on her shoulders and said to him, "O King's son, shut thine eyes." He did so and she flew up with him into the welkin, and after a while she said to him, "O King's son, open thine eyes." He opened them and found himself in a garden, which was none other than the garden of Iram. And she showed him the pavilion and said, "O Sayf al-Muluk, enter therein." Thereupon he pronounced the name of Allah Almighty and entering cast a look upon the garden, when he saw the old Queen sitting on the couch, attended by her waiting women. So he drew near her with courtesy and reverence and taking the sandals bussed them and did as Badi al-Jamal had enjoined him. Quoth the ancient dame, "Who art thou and what is thy country? Whence comest thou and who brought thee hither and what may be thy wish? Wherefore dost thou take the sandals and kiss them? And when didst thou ask of me a favour which I did not grant?" With this in came Marjanah and saluting her reverently and worshipfully, repeated to her what Badi al-Jamal had told her, which when the old Queen heard, she cried out at her and was wroth with her and said, "How shall there be accord between man and Jinn?"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 47. Recording by Pam Castile. End of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 7, by Anonymous, translated by Richard Francis Burton.